All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my stream today. How are you all doing? Come say hi in the chat while we get started up here and let those Twitch pre-rolls roll. Nothing like some orange juice. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Stream today is a topic that I've been playing around with for a few years now, honestly, but I never really gave it too much thought. Like, it was more of just oh, that's an idea, let's play with it. Never something I took really seriously in terms of this idea of how Solid and React could work together. I already instinctively knew, and from experience, that there is quite a big divide here, but it's something I've been looking at again, and I realized that for a lot of people, they might not be aware just how different the approaches are. And I think this manifests in several different ways, and it's something that I want to kind of touch on and look at. Truth of the matter is, I could be much more prepared for the stream than I am. I feel like I could give a workshop on this topic, if it made sense. But here we are. I kind of like these Friday streams. It's kind of like doing improv. You don't know what you're gonna end up with until you do it. So that's the fun part. I'm just killing some preamble here while people join on the stream. I'm going to what do you call give this shout out on Twitter too, so people are aware of that we're live. Let's see here. Let me see that my screen presenting works. Where are we? Oh wow, StreamYard's updated the UI. Can I say entire screen? Yeah, let's go screen. Yeah, watch from Twitch. Yeah, that was bad, wasn't it? Oh, just a second. Let's get this thing going here. And we are live. I'm gonna put the Twitch link in again because I feel like Twitch might be the better viewing experience. What is it? Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. I actually don't even know. Yeah, that's right. All right. Okay. Let's see how everyone's doing chat. Let's thing. Yeah, everyone I talk to about Solid don't understand how different it is yet. I mean, people are interested. I mean, it's understandable, and we'll get into that in a moment here. Yeah, I mean, that's one metric to look at it. I do think that that's an interesting perspective. It's the fact that it can look similar is kind of impressive in itself. All right. Yeah. Scaladraw is going to come out hard in this episode, in this stream, because I don't think I can. I think we just need to draw a whole bunch to actually make this sense. We'll look at some code too, but we're going to have to draw a lot, I think. What do you got for me, Dev? Oh yeah. Yeah. If you are in a Twitter circle, you gotta be careful pulling Twitter up on your screen while you're live, putting this out there because it causes real problems. Yeah. I've been pretty good about it. I usually have my profile open beforehand. That was just so random. All right. Hi, Brandon. How you doing? Oh wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So I'm just doing my little time kill right here, but I do think I do think this is an interesting topic in general. And the reason is, like, let's face it. I mean, it's not even let's face it. Everyone knows this. Like, React is basically everywhere and everything. And its influence is so strong. It doesn't only impact, like, the fact that, like, there's all these ecosystem libraries for it compared to other solutions. Like, just in general, the way people look at things like state management or, like, different, like, what a library should do is based completely on React's model. And it makes sense that it is. And a lot of frameworks have varying degrees of compatibility with that mindset and thinking. And the funny thing that's might not be obvious to people is Solid might be the most incompatible with the way that React does things, like at every level, from rendering to state management to like pretty much everything. And that surprises people a little bit, given how similar it seems to be. But I can't impress enough how different that is. Yeah, how are we doing here? Oh, thank you, Lynn, for the Prime sub. Yeah, just get a catch here. Yeah, good. Didn't miss anything else. Yeah, we're gonna dig into what I mean by incompatible. Like, you can make things work together, but I mean, when we're ready to go here, I think it's almost easiest to start with one part of the topic. We're going to start and talk about the rendering a little bit, and then we're going to kind of go out from there into the implications of state management, because it's people talk about stuff like FP versus FP versus OOP. And I think we're talking about that level of difference here, where like you use certain patterns together because they're congruent, where you don't in other places. And it's not easy to say one is better than the other. It's just different. And I think the really interesting thing to me is, as mentioned, someone was like mentioned in chat a moment ago that, oh, you know, it seems kind of impressive that Solid could look so much like React and be so different. It's because React kind of met us halfway, from my perspective. Things like hooks aren't maybe as natural for a React-like model as they are for other models. And I think that we do have to put this in perspective, because we're going to look at stuff like historical stuff here. We're going to look at like, progressions on these things. And we have the benefit now of hindsight of like knowing that React will go to hooks, right? But when you look at something like class components, these elements aren't as obvious, right? And I think that actually starts right from like the very first example that I'd want to pull up in, when talking about this stuff. And that's like, I'm gonna start today. You all probably have seen this before. Let's see if I can find it. I'm going to start today with the counter demo, right? I mean, this was all the. No, it wasn't this counter demo. It's the self-incrementing. Sorry, give me 2 seconds while I pull this up. But this was like the thing that everyone's talking about with Solid about a year ago, and I want to go back here. I can believe it, and I haven't even got started. Okay, so let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, let's see here, we're React. See, give me 2 seconds while I pull this up, React. All right, yeah, here we go, I found it. All right, I'm gonna share my screen again. Let's do this, okay. All right, is everyone here now? Yeah, okay, let's get rolling. I want to see, I'm saying right now that I'm starting from the beginning, but I'm not starting from the beginning because React didn't have hooks until 2018. So this is not the right kind of comparison, but I want to start here by just understanding the implications of this, because I feel like a lot of people, when they saw Solid, they're like, oh, it's like React. Could we just like use a compiler to migrate code, or would there be just straight up compat? Could I just like take my React components and use them in Solid? And the answer to that question is no. But I don't know if that's obvious to people. So let's get started there, right? Because like the very first thing I want to get started with is this silly counter, which this is the most basic thing imaginable. I have a use state that's setting the h1 in a diff. And I've commented out this section of code here for, as you can imagine, very good reason. As soon as I uncomment this, things are going to get crazy. I might crash my browser. I was prepared for that, but I'm going to uncomment this, okay? And we're already seeing exponential counting up. This is not me dropping frames. This is just the fact that, okay. Is it too late? Okay, no, we're fine. You don't do this in React, right? What's happening is I'm setting state in the same component, and that's basically causing an infinite loop. And it's not, because every time it re-renders, it creates a new interval. We're actually exponentially creating more and more of these loops, and it just like skyrockets into infinity, right? And the only reason I bring this out is if I was writing a program for the first time, for me at least, and not everyone, intuitively this is where I would have gone. And I'm going to go in Solid's playground and clear out some debugging stuff I was doing. Was it local storage? The new playground never forgets now, which actually kind of annoys me a bit. Okay, there we go. Let's make this a little bigger. And I'm just going to grab this example because we can basically copy the same React code in Solid, and it's going to be kind of like the same thing. And except we're going to call this counter, and we don't need to export it. And instead of use state, we're going to go create signal, and I'm going to call this as a function. And now when I uncomment this, it works exactly how you would expect it to work. Now, I'm not trying to, this is not a boasting kind of thing. I just want to start here to understand how different these models are. Okay? Like let's keep this in your mind as we continue, because React, the difference is Solid's function here is essentially a setup function, not a render function. It is an effect. It's like it's actually a thing doing creation, versus something that is pure like React, which is basically you put state in and you get like this VDOM out, and you can go, well, isn't that creation? Aren't you actually creating things? Well, you kind of are, but from React's perspective, everything that happens in here is throwaway. Like they can just do it again. It's not permanent. And whereas in Solid's example, this runs once. You call this function, you set up some stuff, and you set the rules of how it updates. So how do we get React in a happy place here? Well, if it's pure, you have to have a way to denote side effects, right? So I'm going to put this in here now, and hopefully you might be like, okay, well, does this solve our problem? Well, not exactly. And yeah, sorry. I actually like this version's like already a jump ahead. I wanted to do this. This is still our problematic because we're still creating the interval. So what we want to do is we want to do this, and we want to basically go like, was it clear interval t, and if all goes well, this counter basically works. But there's a problem with this, okay? The problem with this is, and this one's harder for me to show, but if I had different, right now there's no dependency array. I just made a way of cleaning this every time. But if there was more state or props or something else that changed this, we hit this really awkward problem that the interval gets reset not when the count changes, but when the component reruns. So if there was some other state that caused the component to rerun, that would also reset the interval. So like if I created a second interval, for example, maybe that's the easiest way to show this. And when count to set count to, and then put this in a fragment. Again, don't get me wrong. I am not doing this at all. I'm trying to just illustrate the difference here in the model to help appreciate what the problem is. Because if we do this, and then we change this to count to, and we set a different interval. Let's go set count to count to, and okay. Right now these will be in tandem, but let's do something a little bit more chaotic. Do you see what's happening? Why is the first counter, let's try this again, refresh. Why is the first counter never updating? A second ago when they're in tandem, they updated, but now this one doesn't update. Well, the reason is every time this hits 750 and re-renders, it resets the timer on this 1000. It never gets to 1 second, and this one starves. Right? Yeah, people in the chat are throwing this down. I just want to, like, you start seeing there's implications of the fact that there is a world outside that re-renders every time. But this is only getting started. The more obvious way to approach this than what I was showing here is simply put a dependency array on it and put some kind of dependency in. And see, ESLint complains at you, and then they're like, okay, you've got to put count in. But, okay, what's going on? Where are we now? This still has the problem of what I showed you a moment ago. So what you actually want to do in this case is have no dependency array, because then this only runs once on mount. Okay? Everyone still following so far? Yeah. Yeah, the intervals was made it really illustrative. I just wanted to show, like, you hit this. Like, this isn't something you have to be aware of as a React developer in this model. Don't get me wrong. When the state wasn't inside, like before hooks, this wasn't a consideration. So this isn't like a fair, like, historical look. I just wanted to kind of put this in your mind, right? So what I'm getting at is, oh wait, but what happened? It stopped counting at 1. The thing is, the reason it stopped counting at 1 is because the outside world reruns again, and this count value is closed over at the beginning. It can never, like, this only has the count from the first render. So we now have this issue of stale closures. And the easiest way to solve it is to use the functional form of this. But there's still a challenge here, because sure, now you get the recent values, but what if you're reading from another signal, or with a different timing like we showed a minute ago, or from props coming in? This solution won't work for you. Okay, I just and there, but like there is a solution for this, and one of my favorite blogs here. Where is it? Making set interval declarative with React hooks, right? Blah blah blah. I think this was the final version of what Dan Abramoff put together. This is a great article, by the way. I'm just going to share this in chat. Everyone should read this article. This is just, I mean, maybe not everyone, but anyone who's here and wants to learn at this level, this his whole blog is great. Honestly, I've read every article in his blog multiple times. Yeah, that is the solution, right? How many use refs do we need? Well, in this case, we just need the saved callback. And then we have to think about the callback itself as something that we have to keep track of. As I said, there are simpler solutions to this for specific cases, but he did this on purpose as a hook to generalize the problem. And this is, where you get. Here's the thing though. He does have one cool thing. You can change the delay here. So that is pretty cool. Sorry, maybe be clear. Have what issue? Yeah. Side note: ask lots of questions on the stream. This is the point. I want to make sure that I'm covering the right information. The thing with the solid example was when we did it right here at the beginning. It was basically the first thing we wrote before we added anything else. This version does not have those things. We can put 2 intervals on here, and there's no question here, right? The reason, and what was this? I set this one to what? 750. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Oh, right, set count 2. That's not going to get us anywhere. There we go. It's because the updates are completely independent from one another, right? Like there is no correlation. It's not like, obviously the no re-render is the obvious part, but like there's also no correlation. And what I'm trying to get to is maybe, we could look at building this, hook in Solid, but maybe it's not necessary for me to make my point, is that if presented with this code, does the compiler or whatever know how to get back to this code? I'm going to go back again. Like, see, I would argue that it's easier to start with something like this because you can see the intent. They're like, I got some state, and I'm on a timer setting an interval, and figure out how to drive React this way, then looking at some React code and going, okay, how do I undo this back to there? It's because React has more language than, and it's not incidental language. Like, there might be meaning in why this save callback needs to be tracked in a separate effect to remember the latest. Like, it's hard to determine your intention in this code. It's not only more complex, but there's a whole semantic around the fact, like, that the code on the outside runs. Like, the fact that the closures are stale might not be a bug. It might be intended. Like, that is sort of the that is sort of like the tricky bit here, right? Because you start going, okay, well, use ref. Maybe it's a no op, but like, what is this doing? Like, it would be hard to make this optimal solid code, but it would be hard even to try and figure out what's going on to a certain degree, because React has not only stateful primitives, and by stateful, let me just explain a little bit what I mean when I talk about that. When I say stateful primitives, I'm talking about like use state. It's funny. I'm going to put use memo here, although people think of it as a memo one, and use effect. Okay. Because to me, these map very directly to create signal. I mean, create memo and create effect. And you might be like in solid, and you might be going like, well, yeah, I mean, they're named the same practically too. But there's a difference here, because, and it's a slight one, because while this is it's why I called memo create memo in Solid. In other reactive libraries, you'll see something called computed here. This is how we derive values. But the key point here is you can look at a computed in two possible ways. You can look at it as something that's kind of like an effect. Like basically, whenever some state changes, it updates its value. It's computed. And only then does it update its value. But on the other side, and this is more important when you look at rendering or like pulling the values out, a computed is a memo. It's a situation where every time you call this function, you'll get the same value unless its dependencies have changed. That's like, I'm saying the same thing, but I just reversed it slightly. All right, let's see how we do in chat. Can we use multiple state? I mean, you can. It depends on the scope of what you need to render when. Like, once you get into multiple use effects and you're using refs in the middle to kind of keep track for you, you got to play like a game of like, okay, on this render cycle, these things update. On this one, these one update. Like, you get to a world where you're thinking of things in like passes, or like change sets is the best way I can think of it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we use create memo internally in Solid's renderer a bunch, like control flow points, like when you hit an if statement, like ternaries. That's where Solid uses create memo, and in a sense, it's computed, but in another sense, it's actually like if this doesn't change, like if the Boolean stays truthy, don't reevaluate what's below it, because we don't want to recreate those DOM nodes. Like, it is actually a sort of memoization. You still have to, it lives in memory. It affects when those values are pulled, like as in read in other computations or effects. And I think that this is why I see it, while these are very different systems, there is certain analogous properties, the same way that if you learn electrical engineering and you learn like mechanical engineering, you'll see like similar looking equations from the math, but they're describing different relationships within that system. Again, this is probably more techie engineering kind of thing, but there are analogs here. This detail depends on the system. In Solid, it's eager right now, but it doesn't have to be eager. In Vue, it is not eager. In Preact, it's not eager. MobX, I don't believe it's eager either. But the, this is where that question kind of comes in. So why in Solid, if you want to memorize a bunch, you use memo, you could, but it's very rare the need to do this kind of function memoization when stuff doesn't re-render over and over again. You don't have to worry about references to things you create within the component body. You only use create memo if you want, if you want computations. And don't get me wrong here. If you look at this, that's how you use it in React too. It's actually use ref that you use to kind of combat the re-render mechanism. Memo is, in my opinion, a stateful primitive. That's why I don't include it there. But what I was trying to get at is that React also has memoization primitives. Things like use callback, use ref. And while this next one isn't a hook, I think it deserves being in the category, react.memo. Right? Because these are part of the language. Use event, if it comes out, might be in this second category too, actually. But what I'm getting at is, if you look at Vue, if you look at Svelte, you look at Solid, our language only consists of these, generally. But if you look at React, they have a whole additional set of language primitives. And it's because of the semantics. To be fair, Vue is like on the borderline. I think I showed this before, but Vue 3.2, I think it was quintessential tuplets. They added a vmemo directive, and that is not derived data. That's so you can cache virtual DOMs. This is basically verging on react.memo. It's basically in that zone. But for the most part, this is the difference between a reactive system, the top-down, is because the memoization is sort of automatic here from the state graph, where here, because the state itself is not very special, everything has to be handled by the component system. So the memoization is in your end user code. Now, there's good, and this is a good thing in the sense that you have some amount of control, right? But it does make it interesting because, like, I've been very critical actually of reactive systems over memoizing, like everyone writing everything in a computed when it could just be a function call. This is why I'm a big fan of, or not a big fan of, the dot value style reactivity. It starts pushing people to like just computed cuz, and I think that's not good, because your APIs drive you to over memoization, which is fine for updates, but not good for creation. And we do spend a decent amount of time doing creation when in modern single page apps, because we navigate and we client render, and client rendering navigation is all creation. And that's why creation metrics and update metrics are both really important. Solid's performance wouldn't be where it was if it didn't pay attention to both. It's both faster to update than a lot of solutions and faster to create. Where classically, you can imagine that these reactive things are actually faster to update, that's obvious, but often slower to create because of the overhead of the extra memoization. And to be fair, React wasn't always like this. I saw this tweet that really caught my eye. Tanner was kind of poking at React. I mentioned this in my last stream. He was like, "Pardon the spicy take here." Let me blow up a little bit. He's like, while Immutably in JS and its collective buy-in was one of the biggest reasons behind React's success as a platform, I firmly believe it will be one of the biggest contributors of its demise. I mean, that's pretty strong. But Pete Hunt, as many of you remember, early on the React team, he was the speaker at that first talk I did on my recent React stream. Well, it's not that recent, about a month back, where I talked about React like the history of React and how it became the most I forget what prolific JavaScript framework, is that the term I used? He said immutability didn't have much to do with React's success, in my opinion. Object identity has only mattered in the post-hooks era. This is like ding, 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 you know, kind of observation here. Early React was just like set state, it'll re-render, who cares? Forget about it. But now because the state's inside and we have these dependency arrays, we actually have to kind of be aware of like, hey, this part doesn't update. Like that's when a lot of this memoization came in. To be fair, it was possible probably to write old React in really terrible ways that no one really noticed, but stale closures and memoization like weren't part of that consideration. I think React hooks today lead people to writing more performant React code than they ever did, but it comes with this awareness. And that's sort of what I meant about meeting in the middle. Doesn't make sense why Recalls state ref and Solid doesn't have it at all. No, ref is signal, right? It's the same concept. It's almost identical. I think ref is cute in that it also works well with DOM refs. But what does top down mean? Yeah, I think maybe this is a good point to kind of look at that. Yeah, and yes, the talk by Pete Hunt was rethinking best practices. I think, was it, or was that the Flux one? I can never remember. All right. Yeah, there's this. Yeah, don't get me wrong. This part of the equation where there's like should component update, which is basically replaced by React.memo, that part was always present and you could kind of make that choice. And it was an interesting choice because once you made that choice, you kind of had to make that choice everywhere because the problem you often hit with memoization chains is you like miss one and then the whole thing gets thrown away anyways. So like, yeah, this was present, but stuff like use callback, use ref, use event or whatever wasn't present in this model. And again, I think with hooks, you write more performant React code. So I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I'm just saying like, I'm trying to emphasize that the run model is different. And when I say top down, I mean that like the naive approach to this, to whatever, you know, is going on in React or in our examples here is that, if this was a tree of components and you set state in the top component, it will just re-render down the whole tree. It doesn't matter if like that, like this you're just updating a count in here. Like if I put like child in here, that's the naive approach, right? The state changes are isolated to the level at which the components re-render, but like the thing is, and when the other thing, and we always have to pay attention to this, is the term re-render in React doesn't mean update DOM, just means produce VDOM, right? And that language difference has also been tricky because like re-rendering in React is not like terribly expensive unless you get into really weird stuff where things aren't doing what you want, or like things get really big, like unintended recomputation of things, over memoization. Like there's ways to make it slow, but in itself isn't particularly expensive if you ignore end user code. If you just like talking about the framework with no code in it, it's not necessarily that expensive. But if the code is set up so that like it always reruns and the end users aren't accounting for that in the right way with the right knowledge, then you're gonna like, I think much easier get in a place where things get, you know, heavy. But again, that's not why we're here today. Okay, let's keep on going. I'm hoping that you start seeing why mapping these concepts back and forth is actually really challenging. Because like there's one more level of challenge that we're not actually seeing here, and that's we've only been focusing on why it's hard from the React side, but it's also a little bit hard from the reactive side of things too, because React isn't aware of what changed necessarily. There's this dependency right here, but like if I went in here in my counter or whatever and created some random hook that was like something equals create random, and you know it could take a signal, it could take count or something, okay? The React model doesn't really care what this is. It'll just rerun it anyways. It'll assume that there's a memo in it or something else. It'll just rerun it anyways. But when you have a reactive model that runs once, how do I know that this something is reactive or not? Or should like be something listened to or not? And you can tell this at runtime because you'll just access it a certain way, right? Like if you want it to be reactive, you can just like put it in here. You can go like call it as a function. And if it's reactive, it's reactive, and if not, it's not. But unless you walk into create random and see what it's doing, you don't know what you're getting. And this is challenging because you don't get to optimize in this case. Everything could be reactive if you care about stuff that's outside of your scope, outside of your files. And the reason I want to point this out is because this is like essentially the Svelte dilemma. Svelte solves it by being like, oh yeah, put a $sign on that. You know, like some kind of symbol, but like, and they use stores. But their language can't leave the template. The reason Svelte knows that a let should be like a signal versus not being a signal is that it can look in the template and see that you mutate it and you listen to it. If you both put it somewhere that it needs to be listened and it's reactive, and you mutate it somewhere, Svelte can go, I'm looking at this one file, I know it's reactive. But Svelte doesn't really have composition, like not like React or Solid does. And that composition largely happens at runtime. So in addition to the challenges of trying to map a memoization, run multiple kind of mentality to things, you have to account for the fact that there's only a couple ways to know if this is reactive. One way is to parse through all the files, and this is what the Marco 6 compiler is doing. And actually, Dominic Ganaway, Creative Inferno, has been working on a new framework that does that too. He walks through all the files to find the reactivity, which is kind of expensive, and it's an interesting idea, but it's also one that I'm like, it might be intrusive. The other place that might be interesting is types. If we could rely on something like TypeScript, and the compiler could be like, oh, this returns a signal or an accessor, and then you could inform like, okay, treat this as reactive. And I think that is probably a more interesting future if we can get there. But the problem is TypeScript isn't up to the task. I keep on asking people if I can rely on TypeScript, and like, no, TypeScript sometimes forgets stuff. Like it's just like there's gaps here. And the problem with the compiler is if there are gaps, well, it doesn't work. Like the abstraction leaks. One of the beautiful things about Svelte is they've done an incredible job of not being leaky. They do that by setting the expectations really low, like in terms of like being really limited in what you can do. But that's why it's so clean and why it's so beautiful. You look at Svelte code and you're just like there's none of this complexity piece because they just don't have it. And with a compiler, often all or nothing decisions are really easy ones. Like if you know you can do it 100%. If you don't know, augmentation puts you in a zone where you have to be aware of the compiler, where you have to be like, oh, because this is compiled, like let's put a $sign on it, right? And I use Svelte as an example with their stores, but I can use Quick as an example. I can use the server functions in solid start as an example, where it's not perfect. You have to be aware of it as a developer. It's a tool for you to use, but now you've basically extended the language. And again, lots of trade-offs here. Okay. Could you more generally install React model with a Babel plugin? If you analyzed every single file, that's the problem. It's not easy. You need cross-module analysis to generalize Svelte's process. You have to read like all the code across like all the files and import them all and like look through them all to be able to generalize Svelte's approach. You don't get to do it on a per file basis. All right, how's Twitch chat going? Sorry, I just want to catch up in case I missed anything. Yeah, what do we got? We got Valhalar subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much. Also, Adria UI gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much again. Apparently there's a hype train. So I guess that's what happens when a couple of people sub in short notice. So again, thank you so much for subbing. I probably should take this moment to like, if anyone's on YouTube, click the like button. It helps. But a lot of you on Twitch today. So good stuff. It's actually about 50-50. YouTube's still winning, which is my typical thing. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna try and keep. I'm gonna try and keep on topic for this. I know there's some great questions coming through chat. People asking about like deep dive on the JSX compilation works. It isn't. There's a few interesting parts, but it actually isn't that complicated. Much more complicated than that like 10-minute talk that we have on our website, or that like it is gonna like look here stuff. If you want to talk about SSR, it's a little bit more interesting. But that's why in Svelte you have to shift gears and write stores in JavaScript. So yes, exactly. And it's interesting. If you want anything reusable in Svelte, you basically have to write in JavaScript, not Svelte script. So it's like, it's a good, they created a good escape hatch. Like it's a very clean boundaries. I like that. I think the quality of your escape hatches speaks a lot to the perceived complexity. If you do good with your escape hatches, and it makes sense in their mental model, people will be okay with it. It's trickier when the escape hatches get further from what the model is. I think this is why people have such a hard time with use effect. It like shows what's under the hood, and it doesn't always align with the way people think React works. Okay. Okay, so you can see that the problems aren't just on React side, it's on both sides. But this makes, like, there's code mod projects. We're looking at using AI. We have a solid code mods repo. I've been talking to there's people trying to feed React code into ChatGPT and see if it can output solid code. Like, this is probably my most interested area in using AI and pattern matching and seeing if we can make something decent here, because like I don't know, the thing is, you as a human can migrate solid code pretty easily, because the 80% case, the JSX in React and migrating to solid is like dirt simple. You just click copy paste, add a couple function calls, remove class name down to class in a few places, and you're generally good to go. All the complexity comes in when you get to the logic. And for simple components, it's still pretty easy. Get rid of the destructuring, just kind of move the stuff down, and then change some state to signals, and your app will probably run. It might not run optimally, but it'll run. But the thing is, like, there's little details here around behaviors. Like, you might delete a bunch of refs and stuff, but like once you get past a very basic level, the human you might be able to look and go, yeah, okay, I don't need this simple, cut it down and reduce the code and then get to solid code from React. But for a compiler, I think that would be a much harder task, because they can't tell they can't see what the business logic is by looking at the code. They can only look at structural rules, and there isn't a one-to-one mapping. Okay, so let's keep this rolling. Honestly, there's a lot of people in the stream today. I don't know what happened. I didn't get rated or anything, right? This is just people coming in, hanging out. Yeah. Not that I know. I suck at Twitch. FYI, sorry everyone. Okay, let's keep going. So you can start seeing why compilation is hard, and even just like runtime compat. We're not going to just like, you know how Preact has like compat, and they've been adding signals, but that's because they start from that Preact thing. And I'm not going to go over that again. I had a stream a couple weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, called Reactivity and Rendering. It was right before Christmas, I think. And I go over the difference between trying to jam a reactive system on top of a VDOM. That's not what we're talking about today. That is an option. We'll talk about it tertiary, but I'm not going to like get as in depth as much today to show the difference between Preact signals and solid signals. I think we've covered that. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, because again, this is about the functional thing, right? The tricky part is that control. Like, it's funny. I feel the opposite. I feel like I have no control in React because they're just going to re-render anything. But there's a certain control you feel when you just let go, right? When you're just like, screw it. I don't care about re-rendering. I don't care about performance. I just let go. It doesn't matter. Just write the stuff. And in my mental model, this will create the next thing, and I'll just, every time it reruns, it'll just output that pure function. It kind of fits into this thing. The problem is reality doesn't let us do it. Otherwise, hooks wouldn't exist. And that's why this is of interest. I think I have a very, like, from a purist standpoint, I think that both approaches have clear benefits and like have clear reasoning to it. And like when people talk about what the future should be, I was asked, do you think these things are converging, diverging stuff? It's like you could see in your head sort of like in the ideal future, like maybe from a DX standpoint, if we could get that kind of, what do you call it, immediate mode kind of like mentality or whatever, like this, maybe it's not even immediate mode, but the like pure re-render mentality, that kind of simplification could be the simplest DX mental model for someone. But but on the other hand, you always know in your head that if there's a mode like that, the other side, the retain mode, the thing where you update or have that control like solid, will always be more performant, always. But like we don't all need to write assembly, like so like there is a tension there. But the problem is, the reality has us much more somewhere in the middle. It's not that clean, is the best way to put it. And I think that's what makes this kind of interesting. I don't want to tangent here too much, but fresh skipping the build step is kind of a lie. Technically, you could just use React that way in Dino right now and do what Fresh does, but like it's not really skipping a build step. It's just hiding it from you because the browser doesn't understand JSX. Anyway. Okay, so let's keep on going here. Okay, so not to get too out there. Okay, so we've talked about the primitives, we talked about the top-down rendering, we talked about the different model, we talked about the compilers being hard. So what can we do, right? Like, what are our options here? It looks like compat is not an option. I knew this pretty early on. I mean, like the type of compat options that I did think about were like, what if we just had a micro VDOM that we injected inside a solid for these components and then like wrap them with VDOM or something? Like basically, what if we ship solid and Preact and like figured out how to put them together and then let the React components be Preact? But then I'm like, I mean, Preact isn't React. Like we already know the compat story there is good, but it's not perfect. So like, what am I doing, right? So this kind of led me to like a different idea or model. And I was like, okay, well, let's look at state management. Maybe this is the gateway, right? I don't get me wrong. I did try a really basic example of putting solid components in React, and vice versa. And we'll get to that solution later on in the stream. Like back 3 years ago, I created like a Solidify and a Reactify thing, but I was just like, whatever. So what? My next really big stab at this was something called React Solid State. Okay. And React Solid State was this idea that we could keep using React and we could just write our code like Solid. I got a couple code examples here. I don't know if it's that interesting, but what you see here is we're returning a function around the div here, which is important. So our components have a hawk that wrap them, and then we return a function for the JSX. And this is actually a lot like how JSX looks like in Vue. If you've ever used JSX in Vue, it returns a function. And the reason is the top half never reruns again. It's like a setup function, and only the JSX part runs again. So in a sense, you've split your React component in half. And I think that's kind of like an interesting approach. I did not come up with this approach. This is actually MobX. And early days with MobX, they did class components with this kind of mechanism. And this was kind of like the MobX hooks port. Since then, I think they've taken different approaches, or state managements with signals have taken a different tact, more like Jotai and whatnot. And I'll talk about that in a minute as well. But there's the benefit of this idea of adding these extra wrappers is that from a development experience perspective, it feels like Solid. And again, when you pass signals through to your child components, it's not re-rendering any components that don't depend on that state. So you can have local state, like you can create some signals, pass it through to a child, and then if you set that state, maybe it's in the parent, I call, set recipient. If the child component gets that state and is reading there, it's only the child component that re-renders, not the parent component. It's not like this signal is tied to the welcome component. But that's why it has all these hawks, because with Solid is actually use react.memo. Every component has to be wrapped in a react.memo where it auto diffs to see if the inputs change. So if you pass signals are a static reference. They don't change. So the component doesn't re-render, and you can just internalize it. But the trick to this is you need to know what updates. How do you know what updates in this model? Because there's no use state involved here directly. And I want to show you a little bit. I'm going to look at the source code in React Solid State to kind of explain what's going on here. Right? Because before I go there, just like so you can understand this example, this works like Solid. Do I have a code sandbox for this one? Did I not? Let's see if I actually have an example here. I want to show that, like, at least demonstrate this for a second. What is it? React Solid? No. Okay, looks like I didn't. Okay, we could just make this example if we really wanted to, but my point is, if you put a console log inside the upper half of this function, it will only run once. And you can nest effects in here. These reactive primitives in here do not follow the hook rules. They literally, like, you put create effect inside create effect, or put them in an if statement, or whatever the hell you want. There's no hook rules for using them. Like this actually behaves on the surface like Solid. What you might not get though is that under the hood, this VDOM is still has to do its re-render. React still has to control that re-rendering, and that's where the challenge is. So let's look at the source code here for a minute. I'm going to dig into this. People new to my stream, we get pretty low level here, pretty technical here. So just like a heads up ahead of time, just in case. I'm going to blow up the text a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. But there's a lot of code here. This is just showing like some types and whatever. But this is our little secret. Use force update. What is use force update? This is use state. I just put an R because I didn't want to confuse it with solid state, but this is use state, and then inside a use callback call, just update a counter. This is basically wherever this use force callback forced update is, it forces the React component to rerun. I just needed like, if you remember back in class component days, you could just be like force update. You could just like tell the component to rerun. That doesn't exist anymore. So you just create a use state that you flicker. But the reason I wanted to show this whole thing is this little sucker here, which is called use observer. And this is the thing that basically does what we want. With Solid that I showed you before, that hawk, all it does is do a React memo around your component. See, calls the component, and then takes the return result, which is that function wrapping the JSX, and wraps it in use observer. But the real magic here is that for every one of those JSX blocks that we turn components, we make a use force update. So we have a way of flickering the component. We create a use ref here so we can track our local state for our like setup function, because we only really want to run it once. So if it's not there, we create a solid root, and in that solid root, we just get our dispose method, which we'll need to eventually like unmount solid, and then we get a reaction that whenever anything changes, we call force update. Now, you know, most people don't know what this reaction API is. I get like criticism people who want to reduce API service to Solid, and they're like, why do you have this create reaction thing? Well, it's for this exact reason. And I might have to draw this to show what the problem is, but essentially, if you've used a reactive system, and let's see here, how do I want to show this? Maybe it's easier to show this with code, actually. Okay, if you use a reactive system, and you have a like a create effect or something, right? Let's do this with code. All right, and I'm gonna move this down here. This doesn't really matter. If I make a create effect, all right, and it listens to some stuff. Okay, let's say it listens to our count, right? And let's pretend it renders something. Like we want to render our div, okay? Like, so like, I mean, this is not particularly interesting. All this is doing is essentially creating a div every time count changes with the text count in it. That's all this effect is doing. But what I'm getting at here is, if you pretend this is like your React component, like we're essentially wrapping the JSX we return from React in a create effect so that we can track it, we hit a little bit of a problem, because then Solid is the one calling the create effect. Essentially, like, count changes, we recall the function. Count changes, we recall the function. The problem is we need React to call the function in its render loop. But we still need to know that this view tracks this. So create effect doesn't really work for us because we don't want to re-render. We want React to re-render. So createReaction is this funny API where essentially this use effect, sorry, is just to clean up. I didn't get to there. When React renders this, it calls this track function, and what track does is it's the thing that actually keeps track of the dependencies. So this rendering function here that you see here is actually rendering that JSX from React. Okay, it's getting the result, returning it to React so React can render it. But this is why we use a reaction, because when anything inside this rendering function updates, the reaction calls the reaction form and calls force update, which causes React to re-render. It does not rerun an effect function. It's basically saying, when anything changes here, call this function. And then it's not tracking anymore. Unlike create effect, which keeps track of dependencies every run, this has decoupled the ability to track some state and run the function. What ends up happening is when React re-renders again, it just enters this loop again and then tracks it while it's rendering. But we've decoupled the reaction from the tracking. And this is important for reactive libraries, so I created this primitive. Without this primitive, and I don't think you can do this in user space. I can show you. We can go back in time here, because I did not have this primitive a couple years ago when I first made this repo, and I want just to appreciate, for a second, how weird that separation is for a reactive system. Where's the easiest way? Can I get to the fully commit history? It's it's GitHub. It's been a while since I've looked. How do I find commits on GitHub? The whole history. Is it? Oh, I might not even be able to find this because I moved the repo. Okay. I will tell you this, audience. It involved using lots of refs. And even in solid side, because we'd have to basically keep track of if it was on a solid render pass or on a React render pass. And depending on which pass it was on, it would fork the logic. And one way call force update, and on the other way track it. It was the most ugly, tricky code that I probably ever wrote to get this thing to work. And createReaction just conceptually just simplified it. But again, I'm just trying to show how different the model is. The problem with this approach is support React 18. Basically, React 18 has changed to make doing stuff like this much harder, because they want to control the render more. And I'm not the only one who's seen this. We've been used Sync External Store. There's a whole thread on this in MobX. If you are interested to see how MobX has been fighting through React 18 and figuring out how to make it work, you can read this very long thread about it. But essentially, this is, as you should be able to see watching this so far, it's kind of incongruent with how React wants to do it. I think they just, December 18th, the effort is here, should be more or less complete. Yes. So they got there, December 18th, 2022, which is good. They've been working through this for the last 3 years. This is just, the more React concurrency works and stuff, and the stuff can re-render arbitrarily, depending on the way that we set up those memoize and set up those functions, is hard to basically depend on. One of the things that I learned is that use memo isn't guaranteed not to run definitely. There's cases where it might rerun, so you can't just depend on it. There's certain places you can't depend on it for beyond optimization. You have to treat it as an optimization feature, not as like a guarantee. In any case, this approach, people can use this today. It's fine, but it's kind of clunky. I don't know. I mean, maybe chat can tell me. I don't know if this is something you'd really want to do. Do you want to take your React app and then be able to author it in a solid way by putting a bunch of these wrappers on? The solution is all right, as I said, but it's like, I realized that this might be a bigger ask because you actually have to move your mentality into Solid's mental model. Maybe you could attack this in pieces, but like the big jump has already happened by this point. Yes, this is the MobX way, essentially. Okay, so, and the problem is mixing and matching sometimes becomes a challenge here too, right? The reason this way is attractive, though, is this. Let's pretend we have some kind of tree, right? Okay, and this tree, I'm gonna make a few of these. It, has data in it, and it's nested. So we can, I'm gonna draw some arrows around here. We can do here. Like this could be a list of users, and then, here's each user, and then each user has some kind of an address or something. We essentially have a tree of data. And then over here, beside it, we have a similar but maybe different tree of components, right? And sometimes these line up, sometimes they don't, okay? Like sometimes like the data is specifically for the component, other times it's not. Like this is a loose connectivity. And the way we put these two pieces together actually has a pretty profound impact on like the mental model and how things update. So like there's only a couple options you have here, right? Like if your local state in the way React works, as we mentioned before, is you have components. So if we put, let's say the state is all owned by this component here, okay? So this state is in here, the whole tree. And then we pass pieces of it down to its children. Regardless of what piece of this puzzle sets that state or reads that state, this component is the thing that will re-render, and it will re-render its children and so on. You can React memo it if you want to guard, and it'll check the specific props. But the default behavior here is that this whole thing re-rends. Now, a smarter thing you can do, and that's come up more often in hooks, is something like what, maybe like a Jotai or even Redux does this to a degree with its selectors and stuff, is that you have some means to know which part of the data the component depends on. So maybe this one cares about this part of the data, and this one cares about this part. And now if you just update this, it only needs to rerun this component instead of rerunning the whole tree. But the way this is done is by keeping the state on the outside and basically linking each component to the pieces that it needs to render. Right? Like you've seen this, like the way context, like is it selectors? Like in Redux, like you used to use a hawk for this where you tie it. But if you look at most of Pamanders or whatever's libraries, I don't know, Jotai or Voltio or any of these kind of ones, the key is like they make these atoms that are outside of the experience, and then you say use atom, or use there's another one. You're basically saying these components rely on this part of the data. The thing is, yeah, Zustan does it, or Zustan, sorry. Like they all kind of do this. The challenges with this is that data is not flat. Like if this is related data, it's not necessarily flat. Like sure, you can know that this component, because it's under this user ID, you know you need the address for user ID 1 and you can connect to that, and only if that updates do you rerun that component. But like unless you extract it all and do it piecewise, you don't get this experience. And this is what like modern, like why people are pretty stoked about kind of like these modern state libraries, is you get used to extracting stuff out here and doing this kind of link up. The thing is, like React itself, is passing props and can maintain its own state. But then you like get the re-render thing, because like if this changes up here, then you have to re-render the whole thing. What the Vue and MobX do that differ from this is, without making this direct linkage, they create like, I'm going to use a different color here. They create like boundaries around the different components. And these boundaries only track like what it needs, and you don't have to pull it from the outside. You can literally pass it down as props, and they will know how to only track what's within the zone. This is what React solid state does. In a sense, Preact signals does this too, but only if you pass the signal all the way directly to the DOM. It'll make us like its own little separate thing. If you don't pass it straight to the DOM, Preact doesn't track it. But that's why it has such a minimal API. It doesn't have those wrappers. So you're kind of stuck behind having wrappers, which kind of give you the same effect as using Jotai or Zoostand or Valtio or whatever. Or you have to like use these wrappers, to like pass it through the props essentially and get the same effect. So like on both sides, you get the specific component rerunning as you need, but that's where the difference is. React has been moving more and more towards like not wanting you to put these wrappers in. So that's kind of why I feel like stuff like Jotai is more aligned, because then you make the links directly. But this is still kind of onerous on the developer. I mean, some stuff like I think Valtio does proxy tracking for it to make that decision, but like that only really works at the component. Like you basically have to tie that state update to the component. That's the entry point. So in a sense, it's a good compromise, but it's still like not quite even where that permissiveness of Vue or MobX is, right? Like if you have nested data that you're passing through a list, you have to kind of like always do the lookup. And there's APIs for that. Don't get me wrong. I forget what they're called in this. I've used Recoil, where you had like selector families and stuff, where you're able to like map more nested data things. But the reason I want to show this is because you're kind of responsible for this mapping. And in a sense, Svelte stores are also kind of in this category of conversation. Right? Like you tell, by putting a $sign on it, you're like, if this store changes, this component needs to re-render. They don't quite have the selector thing as much. But like there's this direct link between the components that update and the state, which is something that the React Solid State MobX Vue approach actually doesn't do and is a bit more permissive on. But like these differ from Solid, as you guys all know, because in Solid, you can just put this in like this, and then that just happens automatically. We don't have to link it directly. We can keep it on the outside. We can put it on the inside. We don't need any wrappers. It just everything is fine grained. So like this is sort of like the difference of zones on state management when you kind of try and compare the three solutions. Like, and this is where there's like some tension, right? Because you could use solid signals the way you use Jotai, right? And I think that's the way things are moving these days. Like if you have a reactive library in React, instead of trying to hijack the experience, instead of trying to like make it feel like Vue or Solid or whatever, instead, you know, make a, well, let's get back to our drawing. Make like a, I don't know, what do you call it? A use store, or like use solid store, and then read inside that store the properties you want to get. And sorry, I'm like, it's like let go. Okay. The properties you want to get inside each component, you know, but there's a slight problem with this. And I want to talk about this for a moment, because with the like React solid state approach, you it's where you listen. So if you need to care about the street name of an address on a user, on user one, like you access that street name in the DOM, or in the JSX rather, and then it goes, okay, I need to track that for this component that accesses the street name. But if you use like this use store type hook where you're creating a selector, they want to know, you might say use store on this user for that component, like down here. You might say, or this address, you say use store address. You go like store.user1.address. But the problem with that is, in a reactive system, if the street name changes, it doesn't notify the address. Okay? And to understand this, I got to talk a bit about the difference between mutable and immutable changes. Okay? Let's make our data structure more concrete now. Okay? Right? Let's assume that we have users, and inside users we have multiple users. Sorry. So this is an array. This is user 0. Okay. I'll make a couple other just for demonstration purposes. We'll have user 1 and user 2, okay? I'm gonna go, how many levels deep do I wanna go? I wanna go, I'll do a few levels deep just to really drive this home. But let's also give each of these users an address. Okay. All right, copied one too many. And let's put a street name or something, or street number for all of them, okay? I'll just copy one more of these. No, let's try that again. Actually, I should already, my luck, right? I like screwed myself up. Okay, let's go. Make that street number. Okay. All right. Everyone still with me here? Someone's asking with React. I mean, if you wrote your whole app that way, yes. Okay. And now I get to draw a bunch of arrows here. Just maybe the arrows aren't necessary, but I feel like they make this look more sense. But what I'm trying to show is a nested data structure, okay? Something you might have in a user store, okay? And I'm skipping a bunch of fields, but I just want to show this. Now, the crux of the problem is, in immutability and immutable systems, the way you watch is reversed, okay? Right? Like, how should I put it? Like, I'm going to start with the thing, deep thing, okay? So in an immutable system, if you change the street name, the street number on user 0, you changed it, okay? Ta-da, we changed it, okay. And the reason that anything knows to update is that you track a path, essentially. So you might, before we do this, I'm going to copy this so that I can do the exact same exercise on Immutable and put them next to each other, okay? This is being smart, thinking ahead. Okay, cool, all right. Actually, you know what? Let's move these all away from where I was before so we got some more room to work with. Okay, maybe even further. Okay, so where was I? We're changing street name. That's where I was, all right? But realistically, what's going to happen on a tracking perspective is you're going to walk along the path and you're going to be like, okay, I have my users, so I'm going to have like a for component or something in Solid's case, and I'm going to track each iteration at one level, and then inside the user component that's in each for loop, I'm going to go user.address, and then I'm going to go address.streetName in the final component. So the tracking has broken up into blocks of like effects, nested effects context, right? So like these accesses are happening kind of in their own zone, and you only need to notify the nearest one. So if you update street number, it goes, oh yeah, on this address, street number updated. Okay, address.street number, no problem. Then this one place in the DOM that was listening to street number, updates the number. If you update address, well, it'll still know to re-render, well, not re-render, but it'll still go, okay, address updated. In this case, it will look maybe, because you have address.street number, street name, address.state, whatever. It will look at all three of those, realize only street number change and update that, but it will do the extra work of looking at all three of those because it's kind of like in that zone. If you change the address in a for loop in Solid, because they're keyed, we'll actually re-render the whole thing, and it won't re-render. It won't look at the other users, but it will just go, okay, this is a new user. Let's replace this section. And finally, if you like replace the whole list, or maybe sort the list is a better example, it'll do that keyed check, and if there's new things, it'll create them. Otherwise, it'll just move these things around. But, in the DOM. But my point is that, updating street number does not cause these things above it to rerun. But it tracks all the way down so that if anything along that path changes, it does update. You know for sure that if anything along this path has changes, because of the chain of reactivity, it will update. The challenge, as I said, is that... and for this reason, is you want to update as close as possible to the leafs, because if you update that street number, suddenly you don't have to rerun a for loop. You don't have to diff the list. You don't have to look at the other fields on the address field. You literally know that exactly that changed. So somewhere in your UI, you're like, someone changed an input field, and they're like, street number equals 4 instead of 5. We can do a pinpoint update because of that. This is what stores are in Solid, if you're wondering. This is I'm sure you don't need to use a store or a proxy, but this is what it is. Right? Now, what happens when you update street number in an immutable system? Well, you update that, and then, actually what you have to do is you clone this, and clone this, okay? So in this system, these references don't change. Only the thing that sets change. So this whole time, this is static. Nothing changes. And because nothing changes, the thing that only listens to this portion doesn't update when the deep nested thing updates. This is why this is optimal. But in In an immutable system, you clone the whole thing. And then what happens is you don't actually know what updated. Okay? So the process is, and React does this, or the selectors you use in various libraries do this, is it starts back at users and goes, okay, now I'm rendering users. Okay, I got to user 1. Oh, this is different reference. I need to continue here. But if it gets to user 1, or sorry, user 0, if it gets to user 1 or user 2, it goes, oh, I can see that those haven't changed, so I'm going to skip them. And then it gets to user 1, and then it's like, okay, gets to address and goes, okay, this I need to go deeper. It will see some other fields on address, perhaps, or other fields on user, and it'll know not to go to them, but it will check against them and go, have you changed? 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 And then it'll finally get to street number and goes, okay, yeah, you've changed as well. But it doesn't know that street number is special. Like from its perspective, users, user 0, address, street number. I colored this differently, but from its perspective, this whole tree has, like, this whole branch has changed. So it goes through and it diffs it. So you do a change. You know that you need to change in a specific part. You write a bunch of clones, like spread operators, to basically structured clone it. You don't lose that information, but it's encoded in the tree structure that then gets diffed. So when the street number changes, you actually reconcile the whole list. Basically check, if it's been sorted. Check if any of the properties on here changed. Check if anything else is on here changed. So this is what happens when you nest data. And stuff like React Memo isn't going to save you here if you nest, because address has changed, user 0 has changed. Like this will trigger the memo to like rerun the components because it has to. Right, like that. This is what it depends on. This is what Pete Hunt was getting at. Was they didn't care about this much, but now that you might be reading street number in a dependency array in your hook or something, like this matters, because here's the problem: if we're like a reactive system tracks in these ranges, it doesn't know. If someone goes, hey, I'm listening to user 0, it has no clue if street name changes. Whereas if in a immutable system you go, I'm listening to user 0, it knows that street name has changed. It just actually doesn't. It goes, I'm changed. I have no clue what changed. Go diff me. But like it knows that it has changed, where this doesn't know it has changed. And this is a huge difference, because if you're going to have that system over here where you're drilling in parts, and this part is based on user 0, it's never going to know to re-render this child if street number changes in a reactive system, where in an immutable system, it will, because it itself has been marked as changed. Does that make sense? Immutable is better, right? No, that's not the point that I'm getting at here. It's actually kind of, it's tricky. In a sense, immutable is worse, because in this case, for React's thing, for doing this very specific structure that they've set up, it is better because they know that the stuff has changed, right? Like, but the problem is it's really inefficient, because you probably knew that you were changing the street number to user 0. And instead of just going, oh yeah, you changed street number to user 0, update that one place in the DOM, done. You do that whole diffing thing that I just mentioned. Go through all the users, check the list position, do the reconciliation algorithm, see which ones are new, check all the different fields on them, check all the different address fields on them, check, and you do this whole process because you kind of lost the information of what changed. Right? The benefit of immutability is the contract. It's like saying, hey, if I give you this data, you can't change it unless I describe to you like give you a means to change it, essentially, and I'll pass you the new data to you. Like, you don't get to change it. I get to tell you how you can tell me to change it. And this means that accidental, like, hey, I just changed this thing down here, guys. I didn't mean to. Because the problem with nested data is it doesn't look like users 0 address.street number. You'll get down some level and you'll end up with like props.street number or something. Like it will be detached from the data, like when you feed it through this tree at some point. You're not going to see the whole tree. You'll just see props.street number or something. And if you had like fully mutable data, like proxies that were read write, like you could just be like, oh yeah, you know, like props.street number might not be the best example because props usually are unidirectional, but like let's say it was props.address, and you might just go, yeah, it's no problem. Props.address.street name number equals this. Suddenly, you are doing who knows what kind of other side effects depends on that data, and immutability lets you be confident that like when you go like, hey, function some state on the like if you go, sorry, let state function state, you know that this state is the same state that was above. Like they couldn't mess with you if like you control this thing. And in a sense, Svelte's component local approach, you know, like the fact that they can't pass reactivity around other than like the very explicit two-way binding syntax, gives them this almost kind of immutability promise. But they also don't have nested reactivity at all. So all they can do is essentially this. That's what I was kind of getting at. Like Vue, MobX, Solid really benefit from the fact that you can like change one data field and only do that work. React, Svelte, most, you know, other virtual DOM libraries, like this is like what you're kind of in for. So Immutable is better for guarantees, but definitely not better for performance. And this is why, I mean, Solid's stores don't just pass around mutable references. I separated stores from set stores because like the guarantees of immutability are really, really good, but the performance is not. Okay, everyone's still alive with me so far. The reason I was bringing this up is because Tanner popped in the chat there. You saw there. Yeah, immutability will always be faster. It's because we've been hitting this kind of thing because we picture you're working on some like kind of like data store situation with some proxies and you're like having a good time and you're like, holy crap, this is so cool. You can like literally have a giant table and only update like the one point in it when you update some data because you know that. And you grab Solid or Vue and you're like, that's pretty sweet. And the reason Vue still benefits from this, it doesn't get Solid's granularity of only updating the one DOM element, but because it works the same way as React Solid State, like this essentially, you get that you do get the benefit of reading it where you read it when you pass through the props. Like it has those wrappers underneath the hood. So while it's a component view that re-renders in Vue, when you have the nested data, it doesn't have to go necessarily through all the separate reconciliation I just talked about if it's in a separate component. If you put it like it all in the same component, unless you use the vmemo thing that I was talking about here, which is exactly what was hitting Vue on this JS Framework benchmark. This is just a giant table. Before they added this, they were like in pre-act performance range, even slightly worse, I think. And they leapfrogged Svelte because of this thing. That's how big of a difference on like this kind of benchmark that memoization made. But like I'm tangenting a tiny bit, but the reason Vue could have always just separated into a separate component and get the benefit in that certain category without the vmemo directive. But the problem is because if you remember when I drew that, there's that little purple box around each component. When you try and wrap the way that React Solid State or Vue does, you're trading update for creation costs. So like if you broke into a separate component, you'd be creating more of those purple wrappers around each element, which is way more expensive. So in the case of averaging it on the benchmark, it was actually better to not make those wrappers and suffer the update performance. And finally with Vue 3.2, they were able to get both types of performance if you annotated it. But obviously my point here is with Solid, it just works and you don't even have to annotate it. But like, I want to show though that there is like this challenge, because if your component, when you link it directly like this, listens to user or listens to address, it's not going to know about street number. And the naive way of approaching this was something me and Tanner were playing with, was simply, okay, well, if the user decides that they're listening to address, we're just going to, in effect, walk through all the properties of address and create all the subscriptions when we have React. Like when you have Vue or Solid, you get optimal updates, at least to their level of granularity. But when you have React, we're like, whatever. But the problem is, the performance of that is actually kind of crappy, because now you're creating a bunch of subscriptions, like especially if you like listen really low, like you're like, oh, I want to listen to this user and this, you end up walking through like all the user properties, all the address like properties, all of this stuff to create subscriptions that you might not even use. And the difference is, instead of doing it once on the propagation time, you do it, unfortunately, at every single point of subscription. So this is one of the challenges like we hit, and I wanted to point this out here, because even if you can take that optimal reactive approach, applying it to React is actually really hard, because it's actually probably less optimal for React on the surface than using their immutable approach, which by definition is inefficient. Right? Like here, you think, you're like, there must be a way that we can get that performance, because we know that the ceiling is so high. Here, you're like, you're opting into diffing, and there's nothing you can do about it. So if you've been trying to read the spice behind some of Tanner's recent tweets, it's like really realizing how pain in the ass the fact that everything expects immutability is in the ecosystem, because it's like, these are kind of incompatible models. Okay, so the one is like clearly more optimal, and you can get a lot of the same guarantees of immutability with the right interface, like the way we split the reads and writes and keep read-write segregation in Solid. But what do you do about this? And this is not limited to what Tanner's doing. Xstate, Redux, all the Solid integrations for those, what they do is they take this data, they keep it immutable, and then we have something called Reconcile in our stores, which diff. So we can take this and output this. So we add a diffing layer. So you can opt into diffing. And this Reconcile tool is incredibly helpful, because no matter where the data is coming from, immutable or whatever, we can give you like a decent approximation of fine-grained updates, but you're opting into diffing. So that's what we do for Redux. That's what we do for Xstate. But in your head, you're like if you've got Xstate and you're changing from state A to state B, and you know that it means changing this bit of data in your like context, you're like, what data you're changing. Why would you clone everything, forget that, and then force a diff to get that information back? Like, it seems nonsensical from the perspective of performance to just lose all that information just to have to diff to find it again. And the kind of React ecosystem kind of is pushing us to basically be inefficient by default. Okay. So yes, mostly. It depends. I think that like in general, yes. And I have shown, like, I created Reconcile not just for Redux. I wanted to win at those really annoying benchmarks. The ones I'm talking about, the snapshots where React like really naively just like grabs like giant data from the server and just spams the whole page over and over again. DBmon is an example of that. I've shown this on stream before, but like Ryan Florence did a talk where he showed React like killing a lot of the competition at the time, which is like Ember and Angular, which a lot of like some reactive systems at the time, and Angular wasn't. Angular was kind of just like a big thing, but Ember's reactivity was pretty bad. And if you find DBmon today, JS Paint, refresh, benchmark, what was it called? Let's try DBmon. I can never remember the name of the repo. JS Repaints perfs. if you find this today, you can. It's not hard to see why reactivity got a bad name, because people did naive stuff. Because like, how much harder is it to come up with nested reactivity in the age before proxies? It was a pain in the ass. So what they did with something like Knockout is they just used a single signal and updated the whole thing. And because there's no VDOM, it literally was replacing the DOM nodes off the single signal. So it was so bad that I'm going to tell you, because you can't see it, that I'm getting a 120 here in the bottom corner of my screen on this. It was so bad that like using Knockout was worse than using vanilla JS. This one's at 50. It's half the speed here. Like if you just did inner HTML, you'd be faster because of how naive the approaches were to approaching this. I wanted to show that I could outperform the fastest VDOM library in this test. So that's why I wrote Reconcile, just for like, a bit of context. And there's different shapes and trees, and like, different libraries have different diffing algorithms. We actually use similar diffing algorithms to Solid that we use in VDOM libraries when you opt into diffing. So it's not like these are completely different things, but I just wanted to show that to kind of like emphasize like how, like, what do we got? Inferno here is coming in at about 160, 170. Like, it just kind of emphasize how, like, data diffing can be, in certain scenarios where force can be performant where you need it. But, like, I think this is just a terrible benchmark, because it's like, I don't know, in any case where you could diff, you could probably not diff if you were smart about it. And obviously stuff like updating data models from a database, like we're not going to get crazy and like do incremental patches over the wires. But if you're like using WebSockets, or you're expecting to like spam a stock ticker like this, you're not sending all the data. Like, it's inefficient on the network. It's inefficient. Like, there's so many places why this is not what you'd want to do. But I wanted to make sure that like the worst case was still as good as the top VDOM libraries. So that's why I wrote Reconcile. But that isn't really my point here. My point is that like there are solutions. They're okay, but they're not the best we could do. There's a second issue actually here that we haven't talked about either, that I'm going to get to. And that second issue has to do, sorry, I was just catching chat for a minute. That second issue has to do with paths on immutable data. And it might be easier to show this in code, because yes, this is kind of like the obvious pain. But the other pain is that if we had a different data structure, let's say, where, I don't even have to get that different. Pretend over here we have a selected user, okay? Like, let's just pretend that as part of the same root, we have one of these users over here, okay? Let's go selected. Okay. And let's pretend this is part of, like, in a mutable store, you generally put like it all together, but like it doesn't really matter. Let's pretend the same root and we go, let's call this root, okay? Or store or whatever. And let's pretend for our purposes that that selected user is one of the users in this tree. So user 0 or user 1, let's say user 0 in our case, is this user. So let's just do this. User 0, okay? Now, in both types of systems, they're going to be sharing a reference, right? Like if you were doing this as an immutable clone, to put it in, you're going to have like, and I should make this up here. Let's go mutable, immutable. Okay. I could copy it over here. It's not terribly important, but what I'm getting at is in both cases, you're going to keep a reference, right? So what happens in the mutable tree when you update this is this reference is this reference. So when someone goes down this path or down this path, doesn't matter which path they go, and they say update street name, because this is the same object, instantly street number is updated in both locations. Okay? So, because this is actually, I'm going to maybe use a dotted line or something. This is actually like a pointer to this. If you update this, any place that was also listening over here to street number would automatically get updated because it is the same reference, it's the same address object, and anywhere you update it, it updates. Thing is, on an immutable system, path matters, not reference, right? You can see this. And if we take this thing again, sorry, let's see if I can grab part of this. Let's see. I'm going to take it over here after all. And if I do that, I actually have to make this, what is it, purple? Yeah. All right. Excuse my Scala drawing. This one's a solid line. And then this one is the dotted line. If you have an immutable system and you hit this situation, you can't just update this here. This will now no longer be referencing the same thing, because if you look, when you change this, this clones, this does not. Okay? And this is an interesting challenge, right? So if you actually want to update like a selected user here, you would also have to grab this reference while you're updating to set it in here. So like you both clone this. Basically what you do is you get the reference to the street number. And I mean, I don't like, do I need to show the code? I mean, I can show the code if you want to kind of picture how you'd write this, right? You'd go like, okay, let's get the user. So you go, okay, users 0 dot address, right? And then you'd be like, okay, what I'm going to do is say const next equals new object clearly, and then we're going to go / users, and then we're going to go oh right, I can't just do that because I have an array. I'm not thinking what is it, users equals users dot map item. I need like more information here. Like I need let's pretend there's a user ID or something, maybe being passed in as a prop. You know, it's not that important, but it's like essentially like if user item dot ID not equal user dot ID. I mean, this isn't even right. This is the address. Whatever. Let's pretend there's a user ID that we're getting to because we're updating the address for this user ID. Okay. Then return item. Otherwise, return a clone of that item, which is like that, and then it has an address on it, which is also a clone of item dot address with a new yeah. Sorry, I didn't do this right. This one I actually want to be the user. Sorry, this one I want to be the user. Okay, it doesn't really matter with the new street number on it. Okay, street number. Let's get this out of our way. equals, I don't know, 4. And then here we want to add selected, which is also that user. Right, but I can't take the, this would be the old user. I actually need to grab the user here more or less. Like, right, if I grab the user here, if I find the one that's not the user, I can assign it temporarily and then I can add on to selected, right? This looks like it roughly is what I'm looking for. And I'm going to assume there's a store, and then next equals this, okay? This is essentially what you do all day long when you're working in Immutable. I mean, Redux makes it easier with reducers. People are talking about lenses and all these functional programming techniques, but like essentially, let's see, can I format this? Format. No. Essentially, this is what you're doing, okay? But that's how you write your code to update, right? Whereas like to update this code in a mutable system, you would go what, store.users 0. I mean, it depends. You just need to find one instance of it, but you go stores.users 0 address street number equals 4. Okay, right? So immutable, mutable. Okay, and what's awkward about this though is like, this is fine. Like I don't get me wrong, I have no problem with doing immutable changes when it makes sense. I don't mind writing this. I don't care about like little boilerplate things like this. That doesn't, I know it bugs some people, it doesn't bug me at all. But the problem is that there's like, it's difficult to kind of coincide these kind of things from an API standpoint if you want to be able to like do both, like have a React version and a Solid version of the same library and you pose an API, because like path matters versus path not matters. Like how do, like if someone wrote the mutable version, we could very easily with a proxy be able to tell that, hey, you updated user 0 address street number. We can tell that because we can track the access through these properties and see that you said it. But how do we tell the immutable system that they also have to update selected? Like that and not even just the street number selected, specifically replace the user at this slot because that's been cloned. I don't know if I've lost you all, Chad. You guys all still there? Yeah, Immer is great at this because Immer does this for you. But I think the thing with Immer is, and I got to see here, Immer is still assuming an immutable output, and because it assumes an immutable output, it only cares about the path of the change. I could be wrong, but I was trying this stuff with like Overmind and like a few of the other ones that like patch out the differences, and it wasn't actually very easy. I actually kind of came into Code Sandbox and was playing around the other day, and I was like, how could we possibly do this? And where was it? I can't even, it's my problem, right? Recent. Pick off where you left off. It's like, what was I doing like 2 days ago, let alone a week ago? Old leaf. Yeah, here we go. I started like trying to figure out how I could possibly do this. Like picture if I had A, B, C, and C was also B. How could I possibly solve this problem? Because the problem is, you don't know at the time of proxy get, you only know the path you traveled. You don't know all the paths that existed. So I don't know if this, hopefully I'm still making sense to you all, but if I go back to this playground here, where is it? Playground. And like with a proxy, you kind of know the challenge is it's really easy to know the path you took to get here to write or update a value, but it's hard to know the other path. You can only really do it at set time, but the problem with doing it at set time is that when there's any new set, when you like add it, like set somewhere else, well, you need to go deep because you don't know if like it's not enough to just replace at the one point. You have to walk all the way down to see if any of those those items that you're adding potentially exist somewhere else in the system. Because how else are you going to link up those references? You know, like users in multiple places here, it actually has multiple parents. It's not as simple as like storing a path on each object. I'm not going to get too deep in the solution here, but I actually figured out how to make it so that if I set C here, that it could actually, even though I'm setting B, like this is bad naming because there's a property on B called C as well, and I'm listening to C, it actually console logs high, as you can see here. So I did manage to make it so that this worked using weak maps and stuff. It was complicated. So there's hope here in making this work. Because in Solid, for example, we actually go through to make sure you don't nest proxies. We unwrap all of them as we go. And because we already do that walk, I was able to create the paths at the time. And then because I'm doing it at a per node level, I was able to prevent having to do full traversals. Now that's too technical. I'm not going to cover this here. I wanted to point out that at least that there's hope that this is solvable from the work that I've been doing here. The challenge though is, and maybe this isn't that bad, but even after doing that, let's say we solve the path problem. If something's listening to user in React land and it doesn't directly link to address or street, like in our scenario here where they just care about user, you still need to structurally clone it. Like you still need to clone the stuff that needs to be cloned, because if you don't, React won't be able to tell what changed when you tell this middle component to re-render here. Like when you get here and you go re-render, React still needs to be able to know, should I render this child or should I update these hooks? So even if you manage to take this API and manage to figure out how to communicate these fine-grained changes across the different paths, you still have to then go structurally clone the rest of the data from that point. On the positive, if you're using this on its own, you would have had to structurally clone the whole system anyways. So I'm going to guess that the trade-off is going to be pretty similar from a performance standpoint. But it's incredible the amount of complexity that goes into trying to make either model work with each other. Whether it's like force a diff on everyone, or whether it's like come up with really clever ways to track both directions. All right. Yes. Yeah, right. In reality, you wouldn't put the model. This is why you don't do this. You just copy the IDs. The problem is, it depends on what your baseline is. If you come in with an immutable data structure approach, like in your mindset, like you're like, I'm going to use immutable data, and you use the ID and you don't have to write all that crazy code, you're forcing the immutable system to have to diff. Like there's no way around it. If you come from a mutable mindset on internals, like I'm talking about, where you can actually optimize for that pinpoint update and you want to get back to immutability, that's where we're there. You actually want to keep the reference. It's better to share the reference than point via IDs, because the synchronization happens automatically. You're not responsible for the synchronization. What obviously I didn't show is like, if you are responsible for the synchronization, it's kind of like the same problem you have when you have multiple immutable stores, right? There's a reason why Redux uses one store. Like if you're responsible for the synchronization, now you're suddenly using reactive primitives like createEffect or whatever to write to other stores, and the complexity goes up as well. It's like both ways don't really want to be the other way. Reactivity, Mutable stores would prefer to share the reference, whereas Immutable would prefer the ID. And you have, if you're trying to make a universal API, you have to be aware of both, essentially. Like you have to be aware of that characteristic in both. It's just tricky because if you approach it from a mutable sense, you can never get the performance on the mutable side. Like it's impossible. If you approach it from the mutable perspective, it should be possible to at least retain the performance that the immutable system has. So that's why this is interesting, right? It's easy to cop out on immutable because literally the whole ecosystem's that way, but we can do better. All right, just catching up on chat, sorry. Yeah, I mean, we have time travel debuggers and stuff on the mutable side. The thing is, you have to record different data, right? It's a matter of recording snapshots. It's easy to keep the references in a mutable store, so it is easier to do time travel, but it is possible to record snapshots on the mutable side. Yeah, we definitely did. Yeah. Yeah, this is a really good point, Tanner. And this is why, this is part of this. I'm not even done here. Like, how are we doing? We're at 2:00. We still got more things here. We've looked at rendering. We've looked at like the concept of like compilation. We've looked at state management and like how that plays in terms of like the render cycle. We're looking at immutability versus mutability. These are all pieces and options. That's the thing. This is not. I think the solution to this involves multiple pieces. That's why I'm bringing them all up, and we can kind of figure out how this all kind of plays together, right? Yeah, this is what me and Tanner have been talking about the last few months. Would you be able to preserve the performance you would be able to preserve the performance of I think it's possible with the mutable system to be at least as performant for the immutable system, if that makes sense. Like I think while it's impossible for the immutable system to ever get to the mutable system's performance, it's possible to use the mutable system and map back to the immutable system. Sorry, I know mutable and immutable runs together without taking really much more of a hit. And I think Immer is actually a good example of why you should believe that. Okay, I'm going to drink some orange juice because you guys are all chatting away in chat. Actually, how's Twitch chat doing? Thank you, Dexter36 for the sub. Definitely appreciate it. That was a while ago. Oh, I missed this earlier. Sorry, Insanity Later, gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Yeah, it's a bunch of new people in chat too today. That's awesome. I'm glad to see you all here. All right. It's funny, I say you all. I never said you all when I was in Canada. I'm Canadian, by the way. It just like it wasn't a phrase that we said. All right. Let's just catching up. So it's StreamYard, which I use to stream most of the time, doesn't actually push any of the Twitch specific stuff through. God, there's so much chat I missed while I was talking. People talking about jQuery. Well, maybe I'm glad I missed that. Mutable JS. I remember Immutable JS. Solid Store API is influenced by Immutable JS and Falcor. I don't know if that's the best for everyone. I was really strict on it. Sometimes it's a hard balance to find with how committed you want to be to your opinions. But I do think if you can save people the pain by certain design decisions and give them those kind of like that direction, I do think there's benefit there. It is definitely a consideration. Yeah, I imagine so further south. Oh yeah. No, I'm in California now, so this is just Americans in general have a higher y'all like rating. Like even I know the South is even more so, but there's like at least like I'd say that you're already 100% more y'alls in California than you are in Canada. Like we don't. It's like not a thing. Hi from France. Nice. What time is it in France? We getting on midnight? Yeah. Yeah, this biggest change from moving from Canada to the US is now that I say y'all. All right. Yeah, so sometimes you need like a moment to catch your breath after going straight for like two and a half hours almost. Nah, that's the thing. I'm not even done yet. We got this week in JavaScript is going to be interesting in that we've been doing a lot of fluff stuff recently, like surface stuff, award shows and stuff. I think this week in JavaScript we hit a little harder on tech and a little harder on reality. But yeah. All right. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good today. Hi from Nigeria. Man. Yeah. Hey, Kelvin. Yeah, 11 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad my European audience here. I got to keep on moving so you guys can go to bed at a reasonable hour, right? Oh, don't get me started on Tailwind. Okay. So you're appreciating some of the challenges and problems here on the data level. So we talked about, as I said, I already kind of did a recap. So what can we do? And this is what I started playing with a couple weeks ago, right? Again, if I go back really far back, I could probably find a code sandbox that I did a while ago, and it was what it's called. No, come on, code sandbox. I crashed code sandbox. Do I have it open another? Maybe I'm like, did I crash it or did this React example I have in the background crash it? Sometimes that happens. I'm actually just going to reset this one because I use this for some examples. But sometimes I'll like kill code sandbox somehow, and it'll just like affect every instance. But oh man, don't look for solid in code sandbox. React, okay, better. See, it's okay. So you see these two things here, and the very first one I did, I think, was not this one actually. It was this one. It's funny. It says 10 months ago, but that's probably when I last updated it, not when I originally created it. The first one I did was at some point I was like, wouldn't it be cool if I could use a React component in Solid, then we could like have the React ecosystem. Like we could use React libraries in Solid and like it'd be really, really nifty. So, and I was like playing around with it and I was like, how would I do this? It doesn't seem like it'd be too hard. And I created this thing called Solidify, which essentially is you take a React component, put it through Solidify, and then ta-da, we have it working. So in this case, this counter that's updating is in React. There's an interval. that we're setting as a signal state. And we can use Solid to update the speed of this. And if it's faster, the interval's shorter. And if we slow it down, the interval's longer. And I went probably too slow. Speed up a little bit. Bring it back. That already crashed it. Okay, there we go. We can basically use props, Solid thing, to actually have React working in Solid. And I thought this was kind of like a cool idea. But I hit a couple issues right off the bat. And that was that there's a limit to what I could do here. But the implementation was really, really simple. All I did literally was inside Solid, create an effect that took the values of the props. This untrack probably isn't even necessary, but I did just in case like reactive stuff like snuck its way in, you know. But essentially, yeah, I guess that's possible because you might be, yeah, you might be getting like reactive stores and stuff. So untrack the render function from React, calling React create element, pass the component the props L as a mount point, and then just put in a solid div. Done, right? And yeah, don't get me wrong, this is not server rendering. This like took me 2 seconds to do, and I was like, yeah, I mean, so what? Who really cares? I mean, the problem is now you have React and bringing React libraries in, and honestly, this wasn't the hard part. The hard part was how the hell do I get the JSX to work? The reason this works is because I literally just wrote it, like I just returned the count. There's no DOM elements here. I didn't actually compile the JSX, but I was like, I could picture someone could probably compile the JSX in their own way and get it to work. The gap, of course, was that what if Solid wanted to pass children to this counter, right? Like what if we wanted to like, you know, I don't know, Solid renders something and passes in. What if those buttons we want to pass into a layout inside this counter component? Someone asked, why did I do object.values? Probably just to be, I'm trying to remember, probably just to be like a, yeah, actually this doesn't do anything, does it? I have no clue why that's there. I thought I was doing it to unwrap something, but you're right. Why is that there? It literally doesn't do anything. Even simpler. Thank you. Oh, right. You're right. I'm dumb. We didn't up. If I remove this, thank you. Yes, because if I remove this, none of this is going to work. It's not going to speed up. Thank you. I completely blanked on it. We needed to read the props. This is like what I was talking about a minute ago on the Excalidraw when I was talking about like being aware of the props being read. If we don't read street number, street address, like if we don't read the specific props, Solid doesn't know to run this effect again. And because we untracked this, I could have not untracked it and just rendered it, but the problem is because then you're depending on React's render cycle, which might happen async. Essentially, I wanted to make sure that I read all the props. So if any of the props changed, then we call render again on React. And React's fine with that because React is pretty good at diffing. Like this fits in it. We need this object.values simply as a way of telling this effect in Solid that it needs to rerun. It's all good. I didn't notice this myself. Right. So yeah, this is kind of like, you'll find often whenever there's an untracked involved, there's probably some kind of tracking action. Otherwise, this could just be an on mount. But yeah, okay. So everyone's still with me here. I mean, this is like the snarky, like Rich Harris take, but like it doesn't matter how good you are at diffing if you just don't have to do it at all, right? Like like the thing you have to understand is within its model, within its model, it makes sense. Like this isn't, that thing alone isn't going to kill you, because on a micro level, like who cares? It's just like, how does it fit into the mental model, and how does it fit into, like, how does it impact the way you author apps? I could be wrong here, but like this is not a in React. I don't think there's like that difference here. You create VDOM, it diffs the VDOM. So me using a render call here or whatnot doesn't, like, I can do it like 10 billion times. It's basically the same as what React's doing internally. Like it's still that all this is doing is a re-render and a diff. So this was fine, but like I didn't really know, like the child thing is tricky, because the problem is if I passed, well, can anyone guess what will happen if I pass a child here? Let's pass a child to counter. Though, what do you think? I mean, I'm pretty sure React's not going to know what to do with this thing. But what do you think? What do you think props.children is? Then does anyone know what props.children is here? Let's go inside our thing here and console log it. Console.log props.children. What is props.children? Maybe I should go in here. Console. It's not really showing me right. What happens if I try and JSON? This is probably like gonna crash something. Yeah, it's not even playing games with me. They just don't want it. This is Chrome doing this. It's a DOM node. Props.children, because it's coming from Solid, this is actually like an actual, like, I don't know, like this is an actual DOM node. I can't really show it here because, yeah, see, like, look, node list. Here we go. Like, Solid, when you write div in Solid, you get a DOM node out the other end. And that React has no clue what to do with a DOM node. Like if you go, here's a DOM node, React's like, what the hell is a DOM node? I don't know what a DOM node is. And that makes sense because their core, the non-React DOM part of it, actually literally has no idea what to do with a DOM node. And similarly, Solid doesn't know what to do with a VDOM node, which is the kind of problem that I was having going the other way. Someone mentioned in the chat quite aptly, and by someone I mean Parasocial, that we need portals. And that is correct. We do need portals. But I didn't really take this example much further, I have to admit. I kind of got to this point and I was just like, yeah, you know, this is novel. If someone wants to do this, they can. And honestly, I'm less excited about this now. Now that Solid's been growing its ecosystem, there's almost like this tension that you don't want the React libraries because like they work differently, as we've been saying, and there's like this kind of extra overhead cost, you know, like good in a pinch, but not really what you want to be doing, and at least in the context of Solid. So that this Solidify is perhaps a little bit less interesting than the other direction, right? Which I made actually significantly later, although it didn't. Which one was it? Is it? I always get them backwards. Yeah, this one. But I think this one's the more interesting one. And this one is, can I put my React Solid component inside a React app? Because the problem with the other one is, like, if you're on a migration path, it's basically saying like make the root Solid and then bring your React components over. And that might be okay for some things, but the challenge is often that's not the direction you want to go. And I think this is actually interesting because with Solid, the direction doesn't really matter as much because like that's not why you use Solid. But it's interesting because, like, for example, Quick came up with Quickify, which is like that Solidify, essentially where you could put React components in Quick. And you want to do that for them because Quick's orchestration, like it owning the app, is where you get the benefit. You know, if you put React owning the app and put Quick at the leaves, you're not really gaining Quick's like major benefit that way. But I think putting the like React, the reality is most apps are written in React. Getting the framework in there so you can use it is better if you actually have it at the leaves. So it's like this, there's this awkward tension there to kind of figure out. Right? So like, I think it's interesting because in this example, you can see that I didn't have the JSX working. So I literally used React create element calls for the React code. And then I just use a solid component that updates the timer, right? So we can do the same example again. But the difference is it's a little bit more complicated to get solid in React. Not that much, but we got a ref for use ref. And then we used a use memo as a mechanism for storing for getting the props. And you'd be like, to be fair, I wonder if I could also use ref here. I'm trying to remember why I did use memo, but essentially we set the props whenever new props come in from React. And this isn't terribly efficient, to be fair, but it uses a store. So if the props are shallow, it merges. Like if actually, I guess the efficiency is fine here because stores only notify on change, and when you pass an object in, it will do a shallow diff when it kind of merges them. So yeah, this is actually perfectly efficient. So basically, when it renders, it sets props, and then I set up a mount effect essentially here that it initially only renders solid once. And then every time React renders, what it really is doing is setting the props so that like every React render updates the props. The props basically do a shallow diff on equality, and if anything inside the solid app detects that fine-grained change, that one point updates. But as I said, I did this a long time ago, and since then, I've had better ideas. Sorry, get back to my profile again. That was not the right way. Where's my profile? Okay. So I wanted to, a couple weeks ago, some of you might have seen me do this, and this is more interesting because I was like, screw it. Let's see what it takes to get the JSX to work. So I actually ported this silly example over into a Vite build and essentially wanted to solve the children problem. So I'm actually passing the buttons in Solid, which are DOM elements, into the counter, I'm passing the VDOM elements from React, these buttons, into Solid, which doesn't understand the VDOM. And I came up with an approach to do this. And I have to admit, is a lot more complicated than what I was doing before. And there's a few tricks, and I think this also helps emphasize a little bit the difference here, because when I started with this approach, it was actually a little bit simpler than where I ultimately ended up. But essentially, the guts of it were kind of the same in that there is this reference to the DOM element and this memo for the store that we saw in the last example. Where things got more interesting was figuring out how to handle the React children, these VDOM children being inserted into Solid. And the way that I ended up doing that is I tried to come up with a heuristic to tell if it was a VDOM node. So in this case, I was just looking for like a special property that they had on it. And if it is, sorry, that's Solid. Actually, where's the VDOM node? Sorry, I was just looking for like like a property they had on it. And if it was a VDOM node, what I ended up doing was creating a portal, and registering that portal with a ref, and then essentially passing these portals that I'm like in this ref into the JSX. Because if you don't put the portal in the JSX, it won't run, and you have to do that synchronously. This is a little bit more tricky of code because I started learning a lot about React that I didn't even know myself while working through this problem. Because one of the interesting things that was wrong with my previous example is that while it was really easy, it was relatively easy to actually create that effect and render it. I had this little problem, and that is effects in React run inside out, child before parent. And if you're using, and while getting the children in was pretty easy with portals, I wasn't content with this example because sure, this is pretty useful. If you literally put Solid like in the leaf, you can now pass JSX to it and you can do all that stuff. I wanted to do islands like for real, which is, could I create a Solid context provider higher up in the tree and have a Solid component lower in the tree read from that context seamlessly through? And the reason this is important is, sure, now you've mounted React, but how do you share state between a React app and a Solid app? You could go to React Solid State and use signals or whatever. But the other option is use context. The tricky part is that Solid and React cannot share context, right? Like they have their own trees. They have their own ways of propagating it. But you can always create a React app, create your context provider for React, put a Solid context provider inside of it, and then have Reacts pass the context, or the same context that you pass into your React app, pass it into the Solid provider, and then have that provider provide to the Solid components. A little bit complicated, but you actually don't need like too many extra wrappers to pull this off. So this is a silly example where I actually have a Solid counter provider in a React app that communicates to a Solid component whose interval is being driven by that React app, which then receives React children, which update the state of that component. And this is probably like just like a silly kind of example, but I think with all these pieces, essentially you get what you need here. The trick that I did for the JSX was I put Solid in its own folder so that like it would only process these files with a Solid compilation, and the rest would be with React. That was the trick for the compilation side. I had the hack Vite a little bit. I think in the future, like I had to do a little bit of this. I think in the future we could probably find a way to standardize on this, but the approach seems to work. But the problem with context is, and this is kind of where I want to get into it, you need the child to be able to look up to the parent to find the context. And in Solid, that's in the reactive state. Now, it's not too difficult. That's what this $sign owner is in Solid. But it's not too difficult, since we have fixed DOM nodes that we're using as refs here for when we go back and forth, to write to that DOM node that context information so that when the child renders, it can look up the DOM tree, find the ref, and read it off that. The problem is, and where I was getting to is, and I don't people know this, effects run inside out in React. So I built this application, and counter was rendering before counter provider because I need to use effects to do the solid rendering because I need to manage the cleanup. And this was true even with layout effects. So I thought I was pretty stuck. And as it turns out, there's a trick that I'm going to share with all of you that if you've never hit it before. If you put an effect in a component, pass the effect function and use effect in a component, and pass it to your children, it will execute before yourself. So I basically took my create effect call from that original version, fed it through an effect component, and now when it renders, it actually renders the ref first, then renders this effect, handles the portals, and then ends up, it does all of that before it actually does the parent. And this actually reversed the rendering. So now it actually renders provider before child. I found this in a gist on GitHub, but this is a essential piece, and it's one of those kind of funny technical things. I did have to do some, like, as I said, to get context to work. This is why Solid, like having these lower level primitives that people don't always know, run with owner is really powerful, because the way I ended up making this all work was when React comes through and renders the provider or the first component or whatever, it goes through, it sets the props, figures out, what needs to be a VDOM node. When it finds that VDOM node and creates the portal, this is the real secret here. I augment the props for that property. It could be the children in this case, to be a getter. And the reason I do it to be a getter is because everyone who writes solid code doesn't destructure. They write props dot children. So if I make it a getter, the location at which you access the children ends up being the right reactive context. So like you put under effect or put under the JSX, I can actually figure out, like, even if you have like nested context and for loops and everything inside Solid, this getter will execute at the right time so that you can grab the current reactive context. And it writes it on the DOM node, which is basically this output that we get from the portal. And that's also what we inject in Solid. We take the portal doesn't render into a fixed location in React. It renders into a floating div, essentially. We basically grab, because of the way the create portal, where is it, API works, it wants a mount element, right? And I'm sorry, I'm terrible at using abbreviated letters, but it basically wants this F, which is either going to be something that we're caching, and I might talk about that later, not too important, I suppose, or it's going to be some random span element that I came up with. So it takes that document, this element that's just floating, it's not attached to the DOM anywhere, and then it defines it in the props in the getter so that that's what gets inserted into Solid, that DOM node that's detached at the location that you call the get. And at that point, you have the reactivity, so you're able to set the owner on that same DOM node where that portal gets injected. That way, when the child runs the effects in the proper order, it can look up based on its DOM node where it's getting injected. It can walk up the tree, looking for that owner property that we rewrote onto that DOM node, And because the order has been reversed now, so it's parent before child, it'll find it, and then it'll run with owner to render the solid component. So, yeah, I mean, this took a lot of figuring stuff out, because like stuff was out of order, stuff was, not DOM nodes, VDOM nodes, portaling to things not connected to the DOM yet, but will be connected. But in the end, it seems to work. So we could do the same thing if we wanted to, the other way probably, and figure out how to get React and Solid with this level of context sharing and whatnot. And to be fair, this only works client side right now. I think SSR would be an interesting challenge to try and figure out. But there's a lot of create React apps out there, or even people using a React and client side only functionality even within their next apps or within portions. So it's a start, and it's a pretty promising one, I think. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you learned something about React here. I'm afraid. Yeah, the funny thing, you're mentioning really interesting thing to get the owner. This approach to getting the owner, I'd already done. A few months back, Dan Abramoff was like talking about islands, and he's saying, well, React server components are different because you can share context. And I'm like, oh, you can share context between islands, no problem. And I'm like, we just haven't done it yet. And then I implemented in Solid Start. Solid Start's like experimental islands actually share context. And it was basically the same mechanism, very similar. Solid does render top down, ironically. It's not that React doesn't render top down exactly. It does do renders parents before children. It's just within the same template or within the same component itself. JSX evaluates inside out. I don't know if so when it hits a component boundary, like there's this kind of interesting thing in React in that like it can just like go, okay, this is a component. I'm gonna like basically recognize that as a component VDOM node, and then when I process that, I can actually move on and do that child. So it does do parent before child, and in fact, that actually makes that's why it can get around the fact that the JSX is backwards, because it's not actually executing the children right away. Let's just go here, just in case as React's mostly these create element calls where you can be like header, and then you can be like, here's some props, and then I'm going to use an array to be the thing, but then you can like go, I've got some children and I can like create some more elements and stuff, right? But each one, and then what is this going to be? P, okay. And then I can be like, I'm going to put some text in here. Hello. Now, what I'm getting at is this call happens before this call, right? But it doesn't really matter, because if you make this comp or something, like some kind of component, it's not like React executes the component at this point when it hits it. It just goes, okay, my VDOM node consists of an H1 that has a child of this component. And then it goes, okay, now I'm going to go do the component. Like it's essentially like, it gets to, even though it executes inside out, it also gets to kind of keep that top downness, because it finishes the current context and then it moves down to the next one and then down to the next one. Challenge with Solid is we don't have create calls. In Solid, this compiles more to like document.createElement h1, some properties, and then it compiles to like comp what is it? Children hello, let's say. And then it's like, where is it? L equals that, and then it compiles to like l.append this, right? More or less. Which means that if we relied on the like, if we had this, if our JSX executed backwards, like it wouldn't work, because when we hit comp, we run it immediately. It's not like finish this and then go to the child. This is all part, like the parent component's not done running at the time that the child component gets called, if that makes any sense, because there is no component. It's literally just like append on more DOM elements, just build it as it goes. So that's why this is why effects get queued in reverse order in React, and why my little hack to like put effect here worked, because it gets called before this one, and it's also just like why like Solid doesn't work that way. Luckily for us, the kind of epiphany moment for me when working with components, because originally Solid didn't have components, I thought everyone would use web components, was that I realized that lazy access to reactive properties, like the fact that we need to use a getter if we want to just like pass a value down. So like if you have a component and you want to pass like a reactive name value or count to it, you're going to wrap it in a getter, echoes the laziness that we want of children, essentially. So we didn't have the special case. Simply all props had the potential of being lazy. So it didn't matter if you use .children or you use whatever to pass JSX. It's all lazy. And because of that, we basically reverse the JSX, essentially. If hopefully if that makes sense. Because if this was actually reactive, like if we would just make this get children. And if we make this get children, now instead of running right now first before comp runs, comp calls it when it wants to, when it accesses it on the inside. So there's like, once I realized that reactivity and our desire for lazy children was essentially the same problem, it completely collapsed all the complexity here for us, which is pretty convenient because it's funny. The DOM slots are actually eager, not lazy. And Vue and I believe Svelte originally were eager in that regard, and then they both switched to lazy, and because lazy ends up being very powerful, and it's one of those early benefits that people thought was great about the VDOM, because essentially the way that React will go over this and then run the comp after is almost like lazy. Like if it realizes that it doesn't, because of some kind of logic, doesn't need to run that component, it won't run it because its children are lazy. And we kind of got there from a different angle. Oh, this is great. Svelte is like React when Solid is like Vue, but Svelte is like Vue when Solid's like React. Yeah, this is part of the reason why they all carve out their own unique space. This isn't like just a clear cut, like strictly better kind of thing, Yeah, I mean, I love this. You forgot quick. Oh man, no, not that. This one. This is something that I can relate with. We'll see what the conversation is a year from now. I think last year a lot of people forgot Solid. We were conveniently left off comparisons and conversation. As Quick proves itself, its time will come. All right. So how are we feeling about Solid and React? I know there's some complexity here. I actually had an idea of how to get SSR to work, but the problem was that I was having some problems with the Vite and figuring out how I wanted to get the JSX to compile, or the compile differently, because the trick is going to have to be figuring out how to there's no portals on the server. So how do you do this injection? And I think it's going to be a game of going back and forth with inner HTMLs. Anyways, we'll have to see. I think one problem is, I think React actually checks if your inner HTML matches like what it expects from the server, which is interesting. But yeah, that is a whole challenge for another day. Okay, how do I didn't make TypeScript work yet. I just use JavaScript. I want to stop one problem at a time. I believe there's a feature in TypeScript called TypeScript projects. If you can isolate the solid code within like a folder or something, you can give it its own config. I've seen people put solid and React in the same mono repo and pull it off. I have to admit, me and Tanner were trying to do this with a TanStack query, and React just kept on coming out of nowhere. It was frustrating. We never solved it. One of the challenges is React hijacks global JSX. Like literally, the global JSX React just says, yeah, that's mine. Whereas most other frameworks play nice and you have a JSX export, but like for historical reasons, which means that like at any point, if you like aren't careful and you aren't doing things right, React will just like show up in your TypeScript. It'll be like, you know, you'll be working on some solid thing and it'll be like something JSX doesn't something React node, and you're just like, what? I didn't import any React here or something. Like, you know, when he, yeah. Yeah, Astro. See, that's an interesting point. Astro has all the JSX working together on the server, you know, etc. So if we wanted to figure out how to do this, Astro would be where we would look. They have figured out. I talked to Fred about it, and he's like, always kind of lamenting like, oh, it's not as good as I would hope. We use these kind of funky heuristics, but the fact that like literally it builds and it works is a miracle in itself. I think that's the challenge. Like if we can come up with a Vite plugin that does this, the runtime stuff is all workable, and it's not actually like, sure, it took me like to figure out all those cool tricks I showed you. It took me, you know, well, I did it in real time, so I guess it took me an evening, but like, so I posted those 2 tweets one day after another. But like, I'm sure SSR would be like another few days work if we could figure it out. It's just like getting wrangling Vite plugins is not where I want to be spending my time. I think I'd rather have React in Solid than Solid in React, because I don't think I'd want the ick for the benefit of being able to write new things in Solid. The ick, what does that mean? Oh, I see. Just like being able to, yeah. The funny thing is, let's talk about this for a moment. And I've talked about it in the past. I'm kind of glad we don't have React Compat on one level. I'm not glad from the fact that like it's hard for people to move their code bases over, but Solid as a project, it's been really good for us, because changing code from React to Solid, like the 80% is like dead simple. But like the last 20 is actually tricky, perhaps, on some things. But the difference is, I only have to look at Preact as kind of a goalpost. Preact's ecosystem didn't grow practically at all, except for like some few libraries related to the core that were really small, simply based on the fact that people were like, oh, I could use React Compat. Like it didn't encourage growth. It was good for adoption, but then at what point does that like curve end? It's like a good shot in the arm at the beginning, but then it's like later on you're kind of like, yeah. Whereas because we don't have this compat, and it's been such a challenge with the model, as you can see, we've had to kind of claw our way up and get the libraries ecosystem down to the point that like when I talk about the stuff what Tanner's doing, or like stuff Fabian's doing, you know, Hope UI, and the new one, was it Cobalt? Maybe I got that wrong. Like, and the different libraries that have come up because of that, I'm kind of like, React can keep their libraries. And I know that's like a kind of cocky thing to say, but like looking at the work that people are doing and like making these more efficient, smaller solutions, and like in a modern ways. Like, here's the thing, like if you were to go rewrite all the React stuff today, you'd write it better than you did before. Like, it's just not worth the sunken cost. But for a new ecosystem, a new framework, being in this zone, it's like when the time's right, the time's right. And don't get me wrong, people will be like, oh, we should just use web components, standard and whatever. But like, these rewrites are good from a like bird's eye view. They're not good from you're the guy who needs to go do the rewrite. What I'm sure we'll have React and Solid stuff, as part of this. But like generally speaking, the opportunity to take your React app and then in a leaf of it or section, start new with Solid and be like, experience Solid for what it is rather than kind of more compromised because you're still kind of like in a semi-React zone. Like being able to just kind of like pull the Band-Aid off and just like I feel like that's gonna, for though, like again, I understand this might not be practical, but for those who are able to do this, you'll get just that much more out of this. So it's like, it's tricky, but I'm patient. We stay the course and we keep on building good stuff, and we see how things go. Yeah. I think this is interesting because this might happen. This might not happen though. One thing I know for sure is if this does happen, you got like another. This. I am pretty confident. This is like just because you can kind of chart these curves in the sense that before this becomes a real thing, it has to be like kind of a thing. And we're at like right now where we're on that process, we're like at the it's possible, not even kind of a thing. So on those kind of trajectories and the speed of the web moves, this is at least 5 years out. Because like the stuff that we're doing now with Solid and this kind of thing, the hints that this was possible date back as far as like 2016, 17. Whether it would go there maybe wasn't till 2018 kind of came thinking. You understand, like there's a progression on this kind of stuff. Usually you don't just swap, especially with how entrenched the front end web is. That's why people are waiting for that 10x evolution thing. And WASM probably isn't it either. The biggest attraction, like this trade-off still, like let's face it, you can take a WASM library today and from like it could update faster in the browser or as fast as your favorite framework. Like that performance on like just using it experience isn't there, but there's still this heaviness of the fact that you're running WASM. Like there's certain industries that end up being kind of leading indicators that like won't adopt it. Like you're not using WASM for your e-commerce page. I'm not sure you're ever using WASM for your e-commerce page. And like the amount of people who know JavaScript, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. In the actual Solid user, do you think something missing? Like no, it's just a variety and maturity. Like native is the thing. We don't have React Native. React Native is just so much better than any of the other competition, generally speaking. I'm interested to see where stuff like Torigo and all that stuff, but like generally React Native has just completely cornered the mobile side of things on the JS side. So much so that like it's the only obvious thing you can point at. Everything else we can be like, oh yeah, one of those. But then someone will be like, well, I don't like that flavor of that. And then you're like, okay, well, sure, we don't have, we have Chakra, we don't have Mantine. Like, I understand these are very different things, but like, you know what I mean? Like, we have at this point versions of a lot of things. Anyway. And yeah, I'm not worried, like, to the comment about like, someone said something along, then, and then they keep like, we'll say then, yeah, of course, that's good. I don't have any illusions here about that, right? Like, all the libraries got rewritten in React 7-8 years ago or whatever. So like, guess 8 years ago ish. Like that's just the cost of progress. All right, how are we doing? I think it's almost time for This Week in JavaScript. What's cool right now is because of this innovation going on, I'm going to get trolled by people working. Like, it's not even trolled because I love this stuff. I love the new stuff. That's why I cover it. And because of the topics that I cover, I'm going to have people in the audience kind of push and be like, oh, what about WASM? What about resumability? What about these different things? And everything's in a different state of its life cycle. And this is something that I was very aware of on Solid. I knew that it was like where it was. And these things just take time. So yeah, I welcome it. Come in the chat, poke at how great RASM or Rust is going to be in a few years. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really change too much, where I'm at right now. I think generally we should just identify that these changes are just keeping, coming down the pipeline, and that we all kind of jump on and off at different points. The only concern is if it stalls, or there's a perception that it's stalled. And that's kind of where we got for a while with React. And maybe that was a peaceful time where everyone's kind of happy, but I'm sorry, those days are over. And it's not that even React going anywhere. It's just the fact that React is changing. We're in for a fun time right now. Yeah, I mean, sure. Right. Yeah, and that's fair. But I mean, there's certain practicalities here, right? Time in the market always, right? Invest now in the future. Yeah, if I keep on investing in the future, I'll never live in no one will ever live in the present. I regret bringing this up. Okay. Yeah. It's finally the year of the Linux desktop. Yeah, I mean, I made that joke. Theo made that joke again. I think we're in there. Anyway, we're just shooting. Let's get prepared for This Week in JavaScript. I'm going to quickly look over the chat. Twitch is still going pretty strong. YouTube took a bit of a hit, but it's pretty late. I'm just going to pop my screen up for a minute so that I don't reveal any more secrets, so to speak, and let's get ourselves all ready. Hopefully there's some value in the stream. I feel like I forgot some stuff I wanted to cover, but you know how it is. All right. When did this week start? It's like 13th or something. Yeah, okay. 13th, okay. Duplicate. That's good. It's funny. Some of the stuff on This Week in JavaScript directly references some of the stuff in the questions that came up during chat today, which I find a little bit amusing. But yeah, there's some spice. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's where that one starts. Okay, cool. I think I'm set up to where I want to be. Okay, cool. What is This Week in JavaScript? Well, This Week in JavaScript is something I do every week on my stream. It's where I kind of digest all the news and stuff from Twitter and talk about new releases, talk about trends in technology, and talk about particular conversations or narratives going on around the tech industry on Twitter, mostly. It's just kind of reflection. And sometimes in the past it's gone short, 30 minutes. But usually it ends up going for a little bit longer than that because, it's a discussion. It's kind of just week in review, and it's fun because we get to celebrate wins, we get to talk about awkward moments, and we get to have I don't know what to call it. I guess hope for the future, so to speak. All right. This week on Tech Twitter, yeah, a little bit, but it's my way of indexing stuff. All right, so let's see. Wait, is that a green screen? Oh, yes, it is a green screen. It's a green screen of my own office. Do you want? I got a funny story for you guys about that. I mean, it's not even that funny. It's just like it's so I don't know how to put it, but this is a photograph of my office, and this I did this for consistency because in my house I move around actually between a couple of rooms, and I wanted to always look like it was the same room. But more so, I really liked watching on Theo's streams that he always showed up really sharp, and the background was blurred. And I know there's like lenses and stuff for that, but all I did was I took a picture of my office, put it through a slight blur, and then put it on the green screen to kind of like cheap that effect. Which I mean, it's dumb, but like, yeah, I mean, yeah, and it looked. I did a good job, I think, with the photo that the aspect ratio and like the distance and everything actually looks relatively realistic. So, especially when it's small, you can't really tell as obvious until like I do something which causes a ripple, or you can tell that the mic is kind of like sometimes not there. Sorry, press the invisible mute button. But yeah, I mean, it's also good for other things too, right? Like, as many of you know, I play Dungeons and Dragons. So, this can be fun too. So, yeah. Anyways, let's go back to my office before anyone makes inappropriate comments. All right. Cool. God, I can't remember. Someone asked me this, and I actually answered in one of my YouTube channels. What was it again? CCA. Yeah, the brand's CCA. I got them off Amazon. What is this? BAX8DDX2. All right. Damn it. I always forget. Twitch has an auto refresh. It's like it's got React query in the background, so it likes to jump on me sometimes. Okay. Let's let me get here and get going. Okay. So is everyone ready for this week in JavaScript? Yeah? All right. Now let's talk about this week in JavaScript. Before I get started, I want to kind of make a little note. The last couple of weeks have been a little fluff, award shows and stuff. It's been fun. A lot of focus on, and celebrating successes and stuff. And a lot of really good stuff for Solid's going to come around. This week was much harder week for a lot of people. Real kind of eye opener about the reality of the economic situation. The massive layoffs from Microsoft and Google affected a lot of people, and it's difficult because kind of knew a lot of this was coming, but when you have companies that large that laying off 4 or 6% of their labor force is like tens of thousands of people out of work, I mean, it's huge. What appears to be like maybe margins is like the livelihood of so many individuals. And I know people talk about, the fall of FANG and, there's whole narratives about, because we've seen the stock options tanking, the death of the dream and whatnot. It was probably bound to happen. The correction long overdue, but that doesn't make it any easier for anyone in this situation. And, my thoughts and best wishes go out to anyone who is affected by it. As I said, it's probably been a pretty hard week. I know a lot of people who know people who were affected, and it's where we are this week. So little kind of dedication before we kind of move into the rest of the topics. All right, so let me share my screen and let's get going. Yeah, I'm gonna start here. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. I wanted to talk about this one for a moment because this tweet I know a lot of people found hilarious. This is one of those like Theo won the internet tweets. Angular devs, why don't you talk about Angular more? There's so much innovation going on. Angular 15.1 self-closing component tags. Previously, now. The only reason I wanted to bring up this one is for two reasons. I feel a little bit bad and responsible for this a little bit. As you can imagine, Theo's not usually watching Angular news. I tipped him off to this. It was in a conversation. I was trying to explain the state of Angular in a way that made sense. And see, when I see this, I as funny as this is actually a really good thing. I understand everyone's looking at this and they're like, seriously, like how could this not exist to now? Like literally every framework has done this for like, it feels like years and years and years. Well, one that hasn't actually is web components, because this is actually an extension of HTML itself and it's on spec. The fact that the Angular team did this shows that they're actually rethinking things. Like this is such a simple change in a certain sense. They probably could have done this whenever, but the fact that they're doing it now speaks volumes about the shift that's going on in Angular. And I think it's like important to understand that like this is the change of thinking. Like I have to admit I can see why this is like some people like this is like April Fool's, right? Like this, but like I think this is actually a really good sign. Maybe not the thing people, are bragging about or like, putting out there, but like, do you know how many people this probably affects? Like how many Angular code bases, could drastically, like just this easy, small, quality of life thing. Like it's kind of inconsequential, but on the other hand, the impact of this sort of thing might be bigger than a lot of stuff that people might do, in their career in JavaScript, which is kind of sad because of the number of people it impacts. So, I don't know. I do get it, but I also want to say that I think this is a good sign of that Angular is moving forward. Just reading. Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, we're going to see more from Angular in the future, and they've already. I don't have it on here, but they've been announcing how they're going to work on new hydration solutions, and we talked about it on stream during the 2023 stream. I think Angular is still worth something keeping your eye on for that reason. They're evolving and they have the power behind it. That being said, I don't know how badly the Angular team was affected by the layoffs today. Minko just wrote like a broken heart symbol and that was all he said. So I guess we're going to see how that pans out. But yeah, I think this is more positive for Angular than it looks like. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to talk about this. I just have to bring it up. This tweet spawned so much chaos because people saw this and they're just like, oh my God, and just reacted really negatively. And this twisted a whole Tailwind debate. And every streamer worth his salt did a stream on Tailwind this week. Guess what? I don't have an opinion, so I'm not going to cover it. But if you're wondering what the hell is going on and why everyone spent all week talking about Tailwind, the answer is no really good reason. So yeah, I mean, this just is a constant thing. I think there's another one of those kind of things I don't have here. I think there's a similar one. Maybe I should open Twitter to get to it. Steve from Builder. Let's see if I can find Steve Builder. Yeah. He posted something about a quick way to get to show stars or something. Where is it? I'm not gonna even find it here, am I? I thought it was Steve. Maybe it was Builder did. Yeah, like now that I'm looking for it, I'm not gonna find it. There's like a tweet about like, yeah, now I'm not gonna find it. Awesome. There's a tweet about like showing how to show the various numbers of stars and stuff, and this was a good week for pointless Twitter debates. So if that was your thing, I'm sure you had a lot of fun this week. Yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of, I'm done with that conversation, I have to admit. Okay, we'll get to that one in a second. All right. I'm going to quick shout on the solid side of things. Not a ton here. This tweet is related to the work that Tanner was doing. After our stream today, it should be fairly obvious what we were talking about and how this works. It is something that we're excited about, so I'm glad Tanner's been sharing it, because this approach to having a universal API that's optimal for both solutions is really compelling. Someone asked about time travel in Solid. Well, apparently Solid Rewind, a time travel debugger for SolidJS, was released this week. You can find out more info here. So, and there's a release article and everything. So now you can time travel your Solid app, which is cool. So yeah. All right. Thank you. Chat shares the star tweet. All right. Let me get this one over. Yeah. This is another one where like someone kind of like this code is always kind of funny because people like talk about the fact that like why is it guarding on both ranges and there's all this stuff, but yeah, this is the original one, right? And then Steve went and he made a version in JavaScript, and then everyone was debating that. Like it's funny though because the reason I was looking for Steve's is because Greg from Leptos actually had like a great subthread about it, because he was talking about the fact that like more than half the solutions to reduce this like bloat essentially weren't better. In a sense, they were actually like less optimal, and like in like way less optimal in different ways. And obviously like we don't need to be performance nuts about showing a string, but it was just kind of interesting like seeing that kind of reflection on like everyone competing on the best way to, like, sometimes this is actually perfectly fine. I mean, other than maybe it's like a little bit crazy double check on the percentage. Like it's readable. Like obviously this is like clearly a pattern, so you could like clearly make a loop out of it or something, but like I don't know. These are the kind of things we like to talk about on Twitter. But yeah, the funny thing is some of the examples were so like if it wasn't the string and it was something else, like they would have been like terrible from a performance standpoint if you're doing anything serious with them. Okay, so let's stop jumping. All right, it's fine. It'll jump again. Honestly, that was the main thing for on Solid side this week was that time travel debugger. As I said, a slower week. I'm glad we spent the last couple of weeks talking a lot about that. Ben put out a fun video that I enjoyed. You should all check out Ben's stuff. Ben's videos are like really condensed, but still carry a lot of good content and detail in a way that's much easier to absorb than anything that I do. So I strongly recommend, following Ben. He usually streams in the morning. Like, actually, maybe I can give him a shout out in here. B Homes Dev, yeah. I think is it just like / shout out B Homes Dev. Yeah, there we go. Everyone should follow Ben. His content's great on Twitter as well. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, we're done. We're done with the solid part. Let's continue on with this week. Before I get a chance to forget, next week I'm speaking at a virtual conference with jam.dev 25. I believe I'm speaking on the 25th. You can check out the schedule, but gonna do a talk on Solid Start, kind of focus on meta frameworks. More state of JS stuff. This is a lot of fun. If you didn't see it, but I mentioned it before, was on stream with Fred on Theo's stream talking about the results. But I think we're kind of past the state of JavaScript, honestly. And there's way more interesting topics that kind of actually happened this week than that. Let's tackle this one next because we're here. I'm actually kind of a little bit excited about this. It looks like they're going to add streaming to the declarative shadow DOM. And for those who aren't aware of what the declarative shadow DOM is, it's a way of, well, first of all, if you're not familiar with the shadow DOM is, it's a mechanism for isolating styles and transcluding, which is a technical word, but inserting children into other elements in such a way that those elements could have their own internal templates. This is usually used with web components, is the way of saying it, but it doesn't have to be used with web components. And what the declarative version does is it gives us a way to render it into HTML on the server and actually basically be able to render web components on the server and potentially hydrate them. The tricky part, obviously, is you still need, there's no DOM on the server, so you still need a way of generating that declarative shadow DOM on the server, and then you still need a library to know how to hydrate it. So it's not, the DOM spec is insufficient for this, but what's interesting about streaming is, for a lot of us, the reason that we even care about the shadow DOM is that we really just wanted a way of scoping styles for a long time. And I think a really cool or interesting use case for this is micro front ends. And again, I'm not a big fan of micro front ends, generally speaking. I only use them if you need to. But I'm not a big fan of also of JavaScript driven micro front ends that much, because I don't want the client to have to manage all this stuff and load all that code. It's expensive. It'd be cool. In some cases, the client does need to, but it'd be better to stitch everything together on the server first. And the easiest way to communicate that stuff on the server, it happens to be through HTML. And it also happens to, now that we have Edge and Edge workers to do this, it's actually much more viable than it's ever been. And the thing is, sometimes with micro front ends, sometimes quite often, even if you can stream HTML or send HTML into HTML, other HTML, you want these apps to kind of be isolated. You want to be able to scope those styles. You don't want app A ruining the styles of app B or its parent or its host or whatever. So in a sense, this seems like an actual really cool use for the Shadow DOM as a way of if you could render from the server and into the Shadow DOM. Obviously, I'm big on streaming, so that's why the streaming part's interesting, because I think if the same group of people, large companies that would want micro front ends, should all be streaming too, probably, because the reason you do streaming is because you have to bring together multiple data services, and you want to do it in a performant way where you're not like waiting for the slowest service. You want to bring it all in separately. So if you're in micro front-end territory, you're also probably in streaming territory, which means these two things together are a big deal. And again, the reason I know this is because like this is something eBay would be excited about. We were working on solutions like this, and like we basically hit that and we're like, oh yeah, Shadow DOM would be perfect. And then we're like, and then we can even ship the micro front end container as a web component. Like it makes sense. But then it was like, no, you can't do that. So I'm pretty excited about this. This obviously brought up some conversation, to be fair. People, like Andrea, like who's like, he's right. Like he's like, wouldn't it be cool if we just like kept with the old spec and didn't bother with all the Shadow DOM garbage? And I get him, because it's like if you don't have a need for this stuff, like Style Scoped probably did it for you. And yeah, I mean, I like this conversation because it helped me reflect a little bit on standards. The truth of the matter is, I would have gone for anything at this point. I feel like it's tricky because like if I'm not going to be bothered like being in the standardization meetings, like doing like being involved, making sure standards push through, I can't be too critical of what lands. I will take whatever the browser vendors and those parties, decide is useful, and I'll use it the best way I can, when working with Solid, and, other open source libraries I do. And, if I decide the way I want to use them is different than the prescribed way, then I'm fine with that. Like I can like the declarative Shadow DOM and still think web components aren't particularly great for most things. Like, so I guess there's an argument we should get more involved and push the web in the right direction. That's not a hill I'm going to probably die on. I'm just going to do my best with what I got. But it is interesting because there's definitely people who've worked really hard, and try to, make the web a better place. And they hit a lot of friction at times. I've seen so many proposals by like Andrea, like things like persistent document fragments, which is something like pretty much every JavaScript framework would want. It's basically a way that you could like move and insert ranges of elements, even after they've been inserted into the DOM. Because the problem with the document fragment is once you insert a fragment in the DOM, like they can only live in a single place, so you lose all those references. So every framework that handles fragments, like JSX fragments, for example, have to have their own like bookkeeping thing to manage that. And it'd be like amazing if you could just like do it, like have a built-in mechanism for it. But these things are complicated and they take years. So yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to see progress here. Is I guess what my takeaway is. Oh, is there another? I think there's one other thing. Yeah, I mean, I think that was most of what I wanted to say on that. Standards are tough. Could you expand on how you would do micro front ends today? Yeah, ideally, what I like the idea of having multiple, like they got to support probably server rendering in these situations, and would be great as if each service basically exposed HTML essentially. So if they needed scripts or they needed all that, like this scales from being able to just load JavaScript into a client-side app or to server rendering. And essentially, if the backend that does the server rendering can stitch the HTML, then it's as easy as just having a communication protocol between them, and wiring them all together like any other service. I know this doesn't account for stuff like versioning and all of the stuff that Module Federation cares about, but realistically, if we can ensure that we can stitch on the server and with something like declarative Shadow DOM even, stream into the client with a similar kind of mechanism, that's what I want to see. Like it doesn't necessarily need to require a ton of client code to do this. Ideally, we just have a mechanism to be able to stream HTML into containers on the server or in the client as the need fit. and then these services could be managed thing. Like, I'm not concerned about versioning in JavaScript and all that stuff. I mean, those are tricky problems in their own case, because there's like a trade-off, like, and you got to kind of weigh this out. And it depends on the type of libraries you use, but like, when you do things independently, you can tree shake much more aggressively, because you can basically only include the code you use. Once you're sharing stuff, you actually have to pull the whole library in, and then versioning becomes an interesting problem, because like, if certain things aren't allowed to be on the same version, or are allowed to not be on the same version, then you could be calling multiple copies of the full library. Like, I don't have enough personal experience, just anecdotal stories from attempts and stuff on eBay, but this is never a simple problem. There's never just like, oh yeah, this solves it. Like, you usually give up performance somewhere. And one thing that I think is interesting is, if you're on the like low JS side of things and kind of like ultra tree shaking, I think it's possible to get to a point where we can really get down to just shipping the JavaScript we need for the particular parts, and we don't have to worry about stuff like module federation and stuff anymore. That's my ideal world and what I consider working towards. But yeah, not everyone agrees with that. Okay. Hydration. I mean, each like, the hydration is built into the HTML you ship, right? So like, each can hydrate as appropriate. I mean, micro frontends always have the consideration of how you do communication, but it's kind of like the same problem you have with like Astro Islands or whatnot. Like, when I'm talking micro frontends, so I am mostly thinking of primarily isolated services. Yeah, I mean, this is a whole topic itself. I'm not going to diverge too much off it. Hosting, okay. Okay, where are we going here? Yeah, so let me now look at some of the bookmarks, and this is kind of related. So let's go to here first. And it's about standardization, and it's hard. Last time I talked to Luca was actually at the conference that shall not be named in London, and we were just kind of coming off the Next 13 announcement when they patched global fetch, and you could tell some people on the more standard side were not particularly happy with that because of the implications. And this is kind of calling out the add async local storage, basically a node specific API on that Next is using, not following the standards, so to speak. To be fair, there is a standard in place that is kind of equivalent, like not in place, but like a proposal for a standard that's kind of equivalent to this API called like async context, that's like kind of being pushed forward. But it is interesting the challenges that I can imagine standard probably like WinterCG is facing, because you have individuals who care about standards and the progressing the kind of the edge. For those who aren't familiar, WinterCG is like a conglomerate of a bunch of companies that provide edge services, and basically players in that, and representatives of those companies kind of discussing how they can standardize, because the browser has the standards, like what KEG and W3C and all those kind of things, and but these edge runtimes, they've been diverging fast. So far, most of the stuff that's kind of trickled through that I've seen has been kind of like drama about, company X doesn't want to play ball and whatnot. And I don't know enough about the politics of that, to be fair. But I think this kind of highlights where that struggle is, because there's places where people are trying to get things done, and they're like, okay, we're just going to add it to us. And I mean, this is something Chrome was kind of marked guilty of in the past, where they like push proposals before they were ready and like implement them in the browser like before they were like agreed upon. And we're kind of in that stage, I feel like, right now on this. So like this is tricky because, well, Next.js now requires that these standard edge runtimes implement node specific features that has no specification, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at this discussion here, to be fair, but yeah, I can this is an interesting one when there's companies involved that have their own objectives. I think it'll be interesting to see where this settles. I mean, on one hand, you can definitely feel like, hey, why, like, if you think you're working towards a common goal and then it's like kind of getting like a little bit, I can see how this could be really challenging. Anyway, just wanted to bring this up because I think this is something to keep your eye on kind of as things move forward. Okay, what else do I want to talk about? Yeah, should we talk about compilers yet? Yeah, no. Let's go here. Remix dropped version 1.11, which is a pretty big release. If you look at this, they added support for defer await, which, if you're reading behind between the lines, that's out of order streaming. CSS modules, which you might be like, what, didn't they support that before? And vanilla extract and more. Thing you gotta remember is Remixed isn't using Vite. They built their own custom thing on top of ES Build. So a lot of the kind of stuff you take for granted of just working, they've had to rebuild again, especially on the, like HMR, which I guess they haven't got to yet, or the like kind of like other file side of things, stuff like better handling of CSS and whatnot. So this is big on the kind of developer experience side. But that, you can imagine, for me, this isn't actually what I'm focusing in on here. I am very much interested about this defer await thing, because I wonder if they talk about it in here at all. We should take a look, because this is a way of doing streaming with their loader pattern, which is this idea that instead of just putting a blocking await in their loader, they can basically with defer, we can initiate a streaming response that allows this user to access the resolved data. Basically, they can await the things that are important to wait for, and then the stuff that isn't important, they can basically start streaming and then fulfill that as it finishes. But then they're kind of like in this zone where it's like, well, what do I do until my stream finishes? So they created this await tag, which handles errors, and you put in like the thing. Sorry, is there something wrong with chat? No. But the reason I want to bring this up is I think this is interesting. First of all, as many of you know, React 18 released in March, and it is the one where streaming kind of came out. Next was playing with streaming in their release a year ago, even before then. And this await tag reminds me a little bit of await in like Svelte or Marco. But what's really interesting here is there's a suspense boundary and there's an await. Right? what else? You can switch back and forth really easy. I'm trying to, what I've been trying to figure out with this, and maybe this is a bit, where, the concern came out about Remix forking React a little bit. Like, is how you land at this solution, because technically speaking, Suspense could handle all of this already without having an await component. But I guess the key here is you have a choice. You need a way to interact with the promise, right? So one way is to make it a component. So now you have a suspense component, which handles loading state, and then you have an await component that handles error boundaries and success cases. But yeah, it's an interesting choice because, like, as I've said, I imagine React solution won't look like this, or sorry, not React. Nexus solution won't look like this. So, this is definitely a cool take. I do gotta say, I kind of like this whole like wait for it, don't wait for it thing as an API. Would I prefer create resource instead? Of course, I'd prefer create resource instead. But I mean, I'm obviously in a different zone, right? Like, once you've decided that you want granular updates, then this kind of changes, right? Like, because then the data is what's special, but that's not how React works. So I don't know if that makes sense for React, but you understand, like, this is kind of it's like the flip thing around, right? In Solid, the way you write this code, you create two resources, and one of them would have defer stream on it, and then you just wouldn't have the await here, and you just use the resource wherever you used it, and Suspense would trigger the loading state for you. Yeah, it's interesting. I honestly, I think they spent they spent some time on this, because they talked about this first back in April, I think, like the defer, and it took about 9 months to get here. So, I think this is great that Remix has this, and because, as I said, I the first time that I was able to make streaming work with Solid, and Solid Start back in March 2021, you could tell right away that it was a game changer, in terms of, like, you get that kind of feel, more of like a client side app. Like, it's quicker to load the initial page and the data loading in, but the data loading in is quicker too because it starts on the server. So it's like this is the entry into kind of like the best of all worlds situation. And the truth of the matter is, Remix's solution is much more complete than Next today because they have their mutation story. So I'm interested to see, like, how this plays out over the next time while, because, like, my gut feeling here is that this part will be too clunky from Next's perspective, and they're going to go with something that feels a lot simpler when they get here. So I think it's going to be interesting to kind of compare and contrast when we get here. But as I said, very awesome to see this kind of come along. As everyone knows, I've been championing this for a few years now, and to see this, like, this is probably the most accessible way to do this in the React ecosystem. I feel like a lot of the Next stuff feels experimental on the newer stuff, where this feels like this looks like it's probably ready to go. It's not my favorite preferred pattern here, but I think, like, just having this is such a leg up. The thing is, they didn't. I don't know if they had to do that. Did they have to transfer? Like, I feel like React should be able to just handle this, but maybe they just serialized it. Serializing promises isn't actually very hard. As I said, we do this all the time in Solid. Like, our resource primitive, that's just what it does. I think, like, the way you do it is you have a promise on the server, and you basically serialize some kind of data structure, where you write in a promise that hasn't been resolved, and then you put a location of like where the resolve function calls. And then when that data streams through on the client, it will simply because it like the server is doing the rendering, it's aware. It'll just call that function. Like it basically will stream out code that will say call the function with the data. Like you kind of inline script tags is the way you do this. Like as the data streams in into the HTML, maybe it's a big script tag with like all the JSON. You just like at the end go call the resolve function with this data, or the reject if it's an error. So like you basically stream script tags over the wire that refer to basically global-esque state on the other side. I don't know how hard this is on to be fair, I don't know how hard this is on the React side. Like I don't know if they built the tools in for that. Like in the same way, because Solid's resources and everyone just uses the resources, no one has to think about this. It just like it just works. But I do actually wonder, maybe that's the thing. Maybe Remix had to actually do a lot of specific work to kind of wire that in. I'm not sure. That's a good question. All right, let's see if I can grab that. Yeah, let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is your standard one, right? Yeah. Yeah, set up the object, which gives you the place. Create a placeholder on that global object. Yeah, this is what I just described, right? With both the resolve and reject functions, but with awareness of the key. That way, later on, see, they call that function, and then later on, when they stream the document, whenever the script comes through, wherever it is, it's just going to put in the, like, serialize in the JS and call that function to resolve the promise. Yeah, this is basically what I just described. But I think seeing it in code really helps. It's interesting though, because like as I said, in the React ecosystem, like Remix basically came up and constructed this mechanism where, because we have a primitive for this, I mean, you can decide if that's too limiting or not. Like you basically, no one has to ever do this themselves with Solid. Anyways, to be fair, this is similar to with stuff like Quick, or like this is just the way it works. You kind of like, because you're streaming, you just keep on appending script tags and HTML for out of order streaming to swap it into place as it runs. Essentially, you just keep on appending these to the document, and they kind of like build up the app. And what's cool is you say these scripts are all here and present even before React loads. So essentially, even if like the JavaScript hasn't loaded for the main application, because these all come in through these script tags at inline, like all the out of order streaming and all the data and stuff all kind of gets settled in the background, independent of the main bundle loading. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, it's cool to see this sort of solution built into the framework, and I'm hoping as more people adopt these kind of patterns, it'll bring more attention or focus to it. That's been one of the challenges I've had with Solid Start. Like, like we've been working with a lot of these really cool new ideas, modern ideas, but it's difficult from our community alone to kind of sell the value of it, right? Like I barely, like I've seen a good hype about this remix deferred thing, right? People are like, oh, that's really cool, blah, blah, and they're talking about it and they're getting excited on Twitter. Solid's had this now for about 2 years, but like no one really cared 2 years ago. So it's like, it's good to see the momentum that React based projects can bring to the space. All right, let's move on. Yes, this is true. There is like there's an overhead. There's a whole thing about the difference between writing the code directly in like JavaScript or calling JSON parse on it, and like it's like it's surprising like the difference there. But I think the thing is with sufficiently complex data where you're trying to do deduping, it's harder to do one method than the other method. So while this is true, there's trade-offs. Relay? Yeah, not to my knowledge. Relay is a React specific library. Okay. Um, um, about async, there is an awkward thing that the browser wants your events to be synchronous. Quick does do something like this, to be fair. But yeah, I another day. Okay, so let's talk about this. Frameworks should lean heavily into doing weird stuff with compilers to optimize DX at the cost of devs understanding the layer beneath. It's okay. This I like that Ryan asked this question. This is an important question. I wrote strongly agree, but not because I actually completely strongly agree. Mostly because I wanted to make sure strongly agree was represented. It turns out I had no need or concern there. Um, it, the thing is, I think JavaScript. Oh, stop doing that. I think JavaScript has long stopped being the thing, like what you write is what you get. Like Babel ruined that for us fucking decade ago or a little less, but whatever, like 2015. Like it's kind of accepted that build tools and all this, like even when people talk earlier about like Fresh, oh, can you do no build? Like Fresh isn't really no build. Like we it's so integrated with our tooling, this kind of whole like shift left idea, that like we don't even we don't even realize it anymore. It's just like ingrained. Like for me, this can be obvious because you can go build web apps the same way you did in 1995 or whatever today if you want to, but no one was going to do that. But you can still do it. The web works like that. But instead, we still have the rose-colored glasses of the past. The truth of the matter, though, is compilers come with a huge amount of trade-offs and constraints that aren't really well understood. But people see. Maybe this is a hope for the WASM people, maybe not, but this is a sign more of how people maybe aren't content with the language too, to a certain degree. I often talk about that the language of JavaScript is one of the limiting factors from a UI framework standpoint. The fact that we don't have reactivity, and like, you know, all the stuff I was talking about earlier about like, if you use random hook, like, is this a reactive return? Limitations on TypeScript, like, there is a whole number of things that the tooling kind of covers the gaps for that are really important. And I think it's interesting because there's so many tensions. If you look at this conversation, one of the tensions that are very obvious to me right off the bat is like the more opinionated we get, the more restrictive we get on other types of innovation. But then also the more helpful it can be for people. So we have to be careful to go too far along a path because of the convenience factor, or we pigeonhole ourselves. And that makes when things do change that much rougher. And the thing with compilers is you can have varying degrees of success depending on what your objectives are. Like, I sometimes talk about, like, someone mentioned earlier, like, are you dissing Svelte or something? I talk about Svelte's limitations, but those limitations are a good thing from the perspective of Svelte, because that's why Svelte is so clean and so nice to work with, because it's not trying to solve stuff that's outside of its range to solve with a compiler. Like, the problem is, like, we kind of want it all. And that's where things get messy. The thing is, compilation's everywhere already, right? Like, I was talking about Babel, but like, I know some people like in their, in your head you go, okay, well, JSX is just a bunch of function calls. But like, if you watch the rest of the stream, you kind of understand like how absurdly crazy or complex that gets. And like, this is definitely something that is on a range. But what I wanted to kind of get there is that I feel it's our ambition that is actually like the wall, like where we need to decide in terms of how far we take it. Because Ryan does go on to, I think this came up because he saw Solid server actions, and he saw that TanStack router was toying with it too. And admittedly, this approach came about because I was really into the RPC thing, even before I was getting into the remix kind of loader pattern. And then when I saw the remix thing, it was kind of like, can we merge these together? And that's how we ended up with that. And the fact that it was composable and it just worked made it really attractive. And because different frameworks have different needs, around data loading, like I've always said, you could make Solid work in Remix, but it wouldn't be optimal for Solid. Kind of like the topic of the stream today. When you leave those tools to the end user, you need a way of packaging them up, and primitives are a good way of doing that. So hence, a magic RPC function definitely is a step here, right? Because he's talking about a range here. He said in Remix we tree shake some server code out. Svelte, you suddenly get values become some observable object that trigger rendering side effects, breaks JS semantics, and then server action solid parse ASTs and remove component code into black box server endpoints. Yeah, and he's like mostly right here, but like it depends on what that means to you on the details. Like in the case of Solid's server actions, we just hoist the function out of the component. We just kind of like move it from in the component to outside the component, and call on the server compilation. We give it an ID and go register ID this function, and that register creates an endpoint at runtime. And on the client, we just go create fetcher that ID, which it's basically a URL, that ID. So like essentially it does do that, but like from a code manipulation standpoint, it's a matter of moving a block of code out of the function and then basically calling a register function on it. To be fair, like to do tree shaking like Remix does, you end up the typical pattern, because you can't have like Remix case is actually not too bad because they have clear server and client divides, but like for isomorphic stuff like Solid's route data, the trick is you actually create a virtual module and then import. And if Remix has any client-side stuff that runs off the exports, they do this as well. You create a virtual model that imports certain fields in for that module and kind of creates a new module out of it. Because you can't split a module, like a single file, across multiple chunks the way most bundlers work. So there's this trick where you can kind of like put a facade in front of it to kind of fool it and break it out. And these are all this kind of tricks you learn when you use the bundlers. So like in a sense, like Solid's equivalent to Remix's loader type tree shaking approach also requires a little knowledge or finesse. It doesn't really impact the end user though. So I think that's a good point. But you still have to be like, okay, this is server code mentally. With Solid's server actions, you have to be like, oh, this is server code, which means it doesn't actually live in this component scope. And then in Svelte's case, you have to be like, even though I'm assigning this JavaScript variable, it's doing some stuff in the background. It's going to call set state for you and that stuff. Like, when you look at any of these solutions, for the most part, you can explain them in a simpler way than what I just had to explain to show how to get around React's rendering. So like it's hard when you're sitting in my position to talk about that kind of complexity, but I think it definitely does have a mental burden. When you consider things like server components, and why they have different rules than client components. And you look at like how their compilation must be different, and like, or at least how their bundling must be different. Like this stuff is kind of everywhere. Right? So like this is a slippery scale. Often one of the things that, I talk about with Solid, and one of the like really refreshing things is when people understand Solid's JSX compilation, they go, wow, this is so much simpler than React. I can just picture it. I'm just cloning a template, like making some DOM elements, and then writing create effect around stuff. That's a compiler doing that. And in a sense, that compilation is a little bit more complicated than just calling a bunch of function calls, like just calling like the hyperscript function. But the overall model, because of what the compiler's done, makes it just so much simpler to understand. You just go, oh yeah, like this is why people feel, confidence a lot of times when they work with the Solid stuff, because they're just like, I picture I could have written this myself. Like this is like, even if the compilation for the JSX in React is slightly simpler, it's actually a bigger hurdle to actually like understand how that works. Right? Don't call yourself stupid, but I think this is the thing to kind of understand about this. It is very much a tool. Oh man, the just JavaScript thing is garbage, or it's the most accurate thing we could say, because this is what JavaScript is. JavaScript is not just some interpreted language. It is a whole set of tools and a whole set of all of this stuff. JavaScript stopped being what JavaScript originally was years ago. And I guess the only difference is some people have figured that out and other people haven't. I love this. Yeah, Dom came in. You see what I'm cooking up. It's a game changer, mix of React, Solid, and Svelte. Yeah, I've seen what he's working on. Every time he shows it to me, I'm just like, man, like it looks. I so strongly agree. It looks a lot. It looks a lot like Solid if you decided to try and partially compile the reactivity, which I think is a really interesting direction. It's he's doing it by doing cross-file compilation like Marco, like looking cross-file. It's kind of like he mentions it like this, but in my head it's more like if you took, kind of more similar to like if you took Solid and applied Marco type thinking to it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of cool projects on this side on the compilation. There's tremendous value in knowing 1-2 layers beneath what you're using. And I agree with this. This is why like I don't feel that threatened by Solid's compilation, but why I start getting more worried when I get into a zone, like when I'm trying to think about resumability. Right? Like even though I think it's easy to get tripped up on stuff like server actions, it's somewhat easy to picture that you can, or loaders even, like they're only a step away from each other. You can sometimes easy to go like, okay, I'm kind of registering this function that gets called on the server or something. Like you can kind of picture that. When you start more significantly rewriting and breaking apart people's code in a way that the execution isn't clear to them, like by just looking at it, you do get into this zone. This is where this is why things change over time. Like maybe it's better if our authoring can reflect closer to what our compilation is, right? Like if we really want resumability, instead of having a compiler undo the closures, maybe we have to author in a way that there aren't closures. Like maybe that's the step to get to the next place, because I do agree that distance, And you often see it when you hit escape hatches. You can get really good with the prime experience where it's a good abstraction. You never like have to get out of it. But once you hit the escape hatches, that depth is very obvious. And I think any experienced dev, someone like Ryan Florence has been doing this for years, they value that as a more senior developer. They go like, look, if my abstraction is getting too far from my underlying mental model, I have a problem here. Anyway, and he brings this up like multiple times in responding to people. But I think here. Svelte crew, where are you at? At this point, we're arguably the least weird compiler. And when I saw this, I was like, it depends on what you define as weird. From some people's perspective, Svelte is the most offensive compiler because it actually changes like what things mean that already have meaning. But you know, it's different than like being like, hey, I'm denoting a special syntax for this to a certain degree. You like the fact that a let variable is a reactive variable is like breaking the rules right off. Like the fact that someone could call that just JavaScript is an indicator of, in one hand, it being offensive. On the other hand, Svelte's approach is very not leaky. Like they have one of the like tightest abstractions. So it's like, yeah, I mean, if you hit a problem, I imagine it's harder to work around in a certain way. But like on the other hand, it's like from people on the outside, it probably doesn't feel weird at all because they've done such a good job of patching the holes. Right? So yeah, this is a good thing. Kind of defensive server functions. Yeah, I think I'm actually very tired of frameworks not finding ways to make their custom shit as generic primitive when doing so would be so trivial. Just write a spec for yourself. Think about what it would take to make that generic, publish it, and stick to it. I like this. I think this might be... It's funny because I think this might be something that Solid could be really good at. We really focus on creating those primitives. I don't like getting into standardization, to be fair, but this is a design space that we think about a lot. But it's interesting because, you know, React forget compiler comes in. Jared, compiler is good. Oh man. This is a very relevant topic and maybe doesn't have as many views as it should have. Because I'm going to get back to that one. The quick guys are asking this too. They're like, what would you think if we use this kind of format? Like, what about SFC? And we get this kind of feedback all the time in Solid where people are like, oh, you know, because some people like single file components, other people don't. And like, it's not so cut and dry, right? Like, I'm actually interested in SSCs again, but for a slightly different reason. I actually think that, no, you bastard. Interesting. Interesting. 65%. Huh. I see. I think it's dangerous to offer too many syntaxes for the same thing. I think that is one of the worst things you can do because you produce a lot of confusion. On the other hand, I can see why it's flexible, but like you are taking on so much if you go that way. But I think SFCs is something that you can, if there's a reason to do it, right? And I go off about this whole thing that I've been talking about I think the key to SFC is a server first mentality. This whole like what starts as HTML stays as HTML. So I don't actually think it's a good probably, huge win for client side stuff where there's heavy componentization. But like, I definitely see a value if you can just like open up a page and it feels like a page. So I think this is interesting. These results were not what I expected, probably not what Steve expected. But I think because of how server oriented Quick is, maybe trying to look like React isn't the best move for them. And I'm really glad that Quick is asking these sort of questions, because my impression was, that they're kind of like, okay, I'm going to meet the standard. I'm going to be as good as the status quo and do something better. But I'm not sure that's been as winning for them as they've hoped. So they're actually, if you're getting back to here and you're rethinking the fundamentals, I think that's good, because you go, look, if I have resumability and I'm building an app and I'm server focused, what do I want that experience to be? Just forget everything else. Just start from that baseline. And I wonder if it takes you to a different place. It's interesting though, because there's a fad fashion element of this that like is really hard, because you could say that about Marco, and there's been challenges there on Marco's syntax, even though technically speaking it could be just the right answer for the server. So yeah, I'm glad this conversation's happening. And as I said, yeah, Steve's been asking a bit of, yeah. And honestly, I've been asking these questions myself. It's kind of come up on stream when I talk about battling the perception of complexity in server components and partial hydrated solutions. And there's a temptation here, especially when you start seeing how successful Astro has been at doing that. To be fair, again, it's about ambition. Quick is more ambitious than Astro is currently. So it might not fit as well, but I think this is the right kind of thing to be asking and thinking about. Which takes me to this one. Thank you, Antonio, for this one. He's majorly, like, he's what we consider very much a Svelte supporter, but he made this meme, and it's funny because I was talking to someone, Jess from Vue, about, like, she asked if I'd seen this mechanism and how it had runtime. This actually has runtime type checking built into it. It's not just the TypeScript. It's like they do macro stuff with their compiler. But this is Vue here. And then there's like, why can't you just export let size number equals 1, right? That's the thing. And someone's like, well, it's 1, so you don't even actually have to put the number in. It's inferred via TypeScript. First of all, these are not the same thing, but I found this is really in line with our compiler conversation that we've been having today, because I talk about Svelte doesn't care. Like, some people look at this and they're like, man, export let, like, this is wrong from a JavaScript perspective. Like, you shouldn't do this. But it lets Svelte do this. Do you know what I mean? Vue is like the other side, where they create the composition API. If you use it with script, or if you use it with like the setup function approach, it kind of feels like Solid. There's this boundary between setup and the JSX or the template. So like they're two separate parts. So like you don't get that, like you have to like, you know how in Solid you can't destructure? And in Vue you have similar concerns, but the problem is you have to actually, it's kind of like our data functions. You have to actually package the stuff coming out the other side. So it's not as simple as just like referencing them directly, which means you actually have a second location to lose reactivity. But but like generally feeling you get that. So they introduced it, and then they noticed that like people who like the options API were like, wow, this is kind of complex. There's too much going on, and this Svelte is just killing it with their like like, you know what I mean? Like, look how simple Svelte is. So they come up with script setup and ref sugar and like all these new syntaxes to, you know, simplify things in a sense, let you type less, use variables directly instead of appending with dot value. But then now you don't have a props object that you'd like have if you had a setup function. So now you have like, these are kind of like solid in a sense, a bit, because like, you know, we have split props and merge props. But like from the TypeScript side, we don't have to worry about it because we literally have a component. So we can just like put the types on the component function. So like this is why they included the one, so they could do a merge props. Essentially, that's what with defaults is. But then this is needed to do TypeScript and do runtime type checking. And so as I said, it's not a fair comparison, but like the reason this sits with me is because it kind of in my mind shows where kind of Vue is at, where they are also creating their own language because of the shortfalls of what they can do with JavaScript, but they're not willing to make the you know trade-offs that Svelte has made to just like streamline it, and you end up here, and it's tricky. This is like the place that I'm most afraid of. Because it's like explicit and good in one way, but it's also like, if your goal was this, you've failed. And if your goal's not this, then like, why are you introducing the new, like these new language pieces? Like, why don't you just stick with JavaScript type stuff? This is JavaScript, this exact example, but I'm just putting in the bigger picture of the solution. But like a lot of this comes because of trying to get TypeScript support, right? Whereas like if you just use JavaScript, you get it for free, where with these SFCs, you got to do a little bit more work. And I think it's hard because sometimes compromising to get the best of both worlds ends up missing certain marks. Like you make certain trade-offs, and this is always interesting for me because you start seeing what the different frameworks or different approaches value from these kind of choices, and it's going to be interesting to see where this goes with Vue, because their trajectory is very much on like, seems to be like adopt everything anyone else does and kind of make it the Vue way, and try and find ways to make things easier by cutting down, do shorthands on syntax or you know, little compiler tricks here and there. And I don't know. I mean, maybe Vue is picking up the Angular legacy in that time. Like maybe that's their position in the world. Like it adds a complexity of concept, which is where like there's more things you have to remember. I think who was it? Maple made a chart, and I should have included it here. Maple, and yeah, this one. The idea was that when you're less experienced, you spend more time Googling, and then like as you get more experience, you spend less time Googling, but it never goes away. And I don't necessarily agree with this take, but it actually brings up a good conversation topic, right? I said something along the lines, I feel I've forgotten more than I remember at this point. I rely on looking things up a lot. The key is to know what you're looking for, right? It's all about indexing the information rather than having those specific details at the top of your mind. but I said it very much biases my preferences because I care less if a concept takes more to grasp, if it reduces that like surface of like number of ideas. Like I'd rather have one way to do things than have 4 different shortcuts. And I think this is one of those kind of like tricks, right? Like the kind of like trickiness and finding balance on things, because there's the convenience factor of certain decisions versus like the amount of weight you have to carry to like maintain that as you move into the future, like the more baggage. So like as I said, I generally like to Google less. I like to know the concepts. If I can't remember the name of an API or something, then I'll look it up. I don't want to be looking that up too often. I don't want to have too many APIs to look up. It's funny, like usually if there's one way to do something, you're more likely to remember that one thing, I feel like. So yeah, this is only somewhat related. So I think a few other people were saying like it's reversed. Knowledge is fractal. The more you know, you don't know, the more things you're able to formulate a question about for Google. That's true. But yeah, it's like keep it one-dimensional. Multi-dimensional, I don't Google how to do stuff in React as much more, but I've been Googling how to, yeah, sure. Anyway, it's just food for thought. And I think it relates to the compiler topic reasonably, because you can get, it's like that meme with the bell curve. Like you can say like on one side you have svelte and it's like I don't know if I should do this, but you know what I'm saying. Like you could be like the bell curve one, right? With the where is it? Do I get dotted lines here? No, I gotta do lines to get dotted lines. Yeah, where I'm like, this is like really bad version of it, where you do, where there's like the guy with the hoodie and the guy who looks like too smart, and then like everyone else sweating here. Like you could kind of, from a certain perspective, say like just JavaScript, right? And then like on this side be like how did I put it? Like minimal leaking abstraction, and then like everyone else in the like struggling somewhere in the middle. Like I'm sorry, this isn't great, but like I'm just trying to get at like the fact that like sometimes the simplicity is also really good from this perspective as well, and it's actually us all trying to like overdo it in the middle. I guess if someone was to try and meme this, they'd go like this, right? Like that's sort of what I'm getting at. If you wanted to compare this to the meme there, right? Sorry, where is it? The bookmarks. Come on, don't give me advertisements. Oh, is that Twitter blue? I'm like, it's a B, it must be bookmarks. No, they going back to this stupid kind of thing. Like, I think the problem is the reality often actually ends up more in this zone. You can be too clever when you're over here, but anyway, just this is a tricky balance. Vue does like to tend to sit in the middle on these kind of decisions. So yeah, like that's that's kind of where you end up sometimes when you're in the middle. Anyway, I think that's it for this week in JavaScript. I don't know if there's anything else that happened this week that people found interesting, but that's mostly what I wanted to cover. Give myself a little drink of water. And I hope everyone realizes when I say this kind of stuff or even draw that silly diagram, I'm not saying like Vue is bad in any sort of way. It's like a spectrum, and and along a specific axis is what I'm getting at. Because the thing that no one ever talks about in this curve is that like 80% of the curve is under this thing, or 66% or whatever. It's like a stupid amount of is underneath the middle of the curve, compared to the rest of it. So like this is actually maybe where you want to aim for if you're actually trying to gain adoption or get people. So, anyway. All right. Esno, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Esno. Just keep in mind that the creator is a university student who's in school, so we'll have to see when and where that goes, but a lot of potential there. Anyway, yeah, I think we can call this stream. Had a lot of people come in today, and I quite enjoyed talking about the work with React and Solid. I think we're going to see more of it. When I get a chance to standardize, maybe we can make a nice Vite plugin, talk to those Astro guys to find out what their secret is, and we can see where we can take it. Okay, the beta dropped today. When the actual TypeScript 5.0 comes out, we can talk about it. I need the beta to drop and people to try it and write about it so that I can like repackage those and put it out. Because honestly, when TypeScript releases a new feature, I have no clue what they're talking about. Like I just don't understand TypeScript. Someone else has to like use it for a couple months and like distill it before I understand what anyone's talking about in TypeScript. All right. Anyways, have a good evening, you all, and good weekend, and see you all next week. All right.